At the moment when it happened, the girl did not expect anything like this at all. All her attention was occupied with preparations for the inevitable wedding, but 2 days before it began, when she was crying and saying that she did not want to get married, her birth mother threw a mug of hot tea at her. And although her mother's cruel behavior was nothing new for the girl, she still felt a sharp pain from the burn. And even though she was used to such treatment, she did not immediately understand why she was being punished again. After the woman had punished her own daughter in this manner for the first time, and turned around and walked away, the girl began to think about what she should do, seeing that her mother insisted on sending her daughter to a man who could easily kill her. She had no other choice. The strict and tough woman didn't even bother to turn around and see what she had done to the girl with her actions. She, overcoming the pain, decided to endure it and not moan. Tears were streaming down the young lady's face. She couldn't do anything about it, but she still hoped that someday all her suffering would end. All she could do was grab her scalded hand and cry. Her mother was not an easy woman at all. In the empire, she was called a saint, the savior of all Iosefina. Her mother is the only saint in the Holy Empire, the daughter of God who saved this country from collapse. All the people in the state worship this woman. No one could even imagine that she could treat her own daughter in such a way. The girl was the only one who did not see her sacred side. Swinging with all her might, the mother hit the girl on the cheek and screamed that her very existence was devouring the divine powers of a woman, and she was absolutely sure of it. The half-dressed girl lay on the cold tiles of the balcony, not caring about the biting cold, and her mother, standing next to her in a warm coat, called her daughter a parasite and a scoundrel, and added that she could freeze to death, and she didn't care at all. The mother didn't care what happened to her daughter. She said that maybe if she died, then her powers should come back to her. She raised her head and then her body with force, thinking about how cruel a person could be. She couldn't understand how a mother could behave like that with her own child. The girl was put in a cold dungeon where she trembled all over and thought that using the excuse that after her birth her mother's divine powers had weakened, she had taken out her anger on her daughter and insulted her in every possible way. But that was not all. She often resorted to physical violence. Moreover, this cruel woman abused not only her daughter. She had another child. This boy wanted to help his sister and was very worried because his mother did not give her peace. He often observed the aftermath of his mother's abuse and wondered what he could do. It was difficult for him to do anything as he remained the same lonely child in the huge palace. The saint became more and more cruel. Her heart seemed to have turned to stone, and slamming her fist on the table, the woman cried out that her divine powers were rapidly weakening because of this vile scoundrel. Her eldest son wanted to solve this problem somehow and approached his mother with the suggestion that perhaps she should stay away from her daughter and asked what she would say about marrying her off. Iosefina immediately became furious and shouted that she would not marry her daughter off. Then she asked her son if he really thought she wanted to see this scoundrel happy. The girl accidentally overheard their conversation and learned that her mother had decided to possibly marry her off to King Dietrich. She was sure that he would hate her daughter, Letitia. The girl immediately became worried. King Dietrich was the ruler of the Principality of Zenus. It was also part of the empire and was located somewhere in the backwaters far from the capital. Of course, this young man had to hate the daughter of the saint. 7 years ago, this woman killed his entire family and he could not forget it. As the girl's brother said, since she was the daughter of the murderer of his entire family, the king would hate her immediately. The brother told the mother that he was sure the king would fly into a rage if she ordered him to marry her daughter. After this, he told his mother that it was still unknown what might come to pass, and it was possible that the king would even kill Letitia. The woman smiled evilly and considered his proposal. She said that if the king did kill Letitia, they could use that reason to punish him. That seemed like a pretty good solution to her. Then the woman said that her son was smart, and this was a very good plan to deal with the scoundrel, and this king who had always been a thorn in her side. The saint decided that she could not delay at all, and by her order, rapid preparations for the wedding event began. But the woman didn't want to stop there. She decided that the best wedding gift from her would be a curse. It was she who took up this curse herself and placed it on her own daughter, saying that she would not allow her to live a normal life outside of her supervision. She was such a caring mother that she did not hesitate to cast a curse that would tear the poor girl apart if Dietrich was not killed within 6 months of their marriage. Turning to her daughter in her mind, she asked her if she really thought she would be free without her supervision, and after all, the girl's wedding was something no one wanted because she was going to kill her future husband. But everything turned out completely differently than her mother had expected. The king was able to overcome his family feelings, realizing that the girl was not to blame for the death of his relatives, and true love arose between them. The feeling was mutual and gradually grew as the young people spent a lot of time together and communicated with each other. All this time after their marriage and life in the king's principality, the girl thought of only one thing. She was greatly troubled by the thought of whether she was not allowed to live happily and why her happiness should end so suddenly. In the end, everything ended exactly as the evil and cruel woman had planned. However, she never gave up on her plan, and that is what happened this time. The girl bitterly regretted what had happened. Taking the knife out of her murdered husband's body, the girl thought about how cruel fate had been to her, and why she had not been able to protect this sweet man because this was the best thing in her entire life. She could not come to terms with what had happened and thought only that if she could turn back time, if only she could protect her dead husband, she would definitely take advantage of such a chance. Letitia recited this prayer over and over again, turning to all the gods she knew, asking for mercy. And finally, something unexpected happened when she opened her eyes again. She saw a familiar room, and it was quite unusual. She was wearing a wedding dress, and there was a painting on the wall that hung in her mother's house. The girl began to turn her head from side to side, trying to understand what could have happened. All this was exactly what she remembered from her past life, and it really struck her. The next moment, the girl was stunned to think that perhaps she had simply fallen asleep. But then, having analyzed everything, she began to think about whether she had actually managed to return to the past before anything had happened. Looking at her hand, the girl tried to make sure that all this was really happening to her in reality. She saw a burn mark on her hand, just above which appeared as a result of her mother's throw. The tea was hot, and the mark seemed very fresh. She remembered how much her arm had hurt the moment her cruel mother had thrown a cup at her. It was a burn from her mother's hot tea 2 days earlier. Letitia wondered if her prayers had been in vain and God had boldly taken pity on her and sent her back to the past to try to change her future. She couldn't believe her happiness and wondered how she could use it. She suddenly realized, dumbfounded, that she had indeed returned to her past before the most significant events in her life had happened. This was the chance she had asked for, and it was imperative that she take advantage of it. The girl folded her hands together, preparing for a prayer of thanksgiving. She was simply inexpressibly happy about what had happened. Then she began to pray and thanked God for performing this act of mercy, for giving her the opportunity to change her future and avoid tragedy. All this time she thought that she would try to change the future so that this man, her beloved husband, who died as a result of her silent consent, would live. Bent over in her prayer, the girl continually thanked God for giving her a chance to save this man, and she promised herself that this time everything would be completely different. Letitia thought only about this and gave herself her word to definitely protect King Dietrich, and as a result even die herself, but so that he would remain alive. A month before these events, a letter was received in the Principality of Xenos, and while the young man held it in his hands, one of his subjects asked him what he meant by the words, "Mary, the daughter of a saint." The other nobles of his principality immediately began to grumble loudly, asking the king how they could accept this wedding since it was the saint who was behind the death of the emperor and the holy prince, and Letitia was her daughter. Sitting in his chair, the young man listened silently to his subjects, as they told him that they could not accept a devil like her as their queen consort, and then asked him if he knew what their subjects called this woman. They immediately rushed to tell their master that her nickname itself speaks for itself, because people would not just call a person a blood-mad killer. After listening to his subjects, the young man did not utter a single word. It seemed that he had already made his final decision and had no intention of changing it. The nobles gathered in the throne room could not calm down. They reminded their king that this girl had burned her nanny and her maids did not last even a week. Then they asked him if he did not remember how a few years ago she had killed the young men of their principality. The king remained silent in his chair. He looked at the nobles who were loudly addressing him, then again turned his gaze to the letter from the capital of the empire lying on his knees. Indeed, a few years ago, very tragic events occurred. The principality was still grieving over this loss. Dozens of their young people were sent to the empire. This was done with only one peaceful purpose. They were to study abroad, but they all came back dead and were bitterly mourned by their relatives and friends. All this happened after their visit to the empire, and no one could hide their grief. Many wondered why there were signs of physical violence on the bodies of the young people, because they could not have just died. The people who accompanied the bodies of the dead to their homeland said that this was a just punishment for their misdeed. According to them, these young people committed a sin against Miss Letitia and therefore were punished in this way. The poor people could hardly understand the words that their sons, nephews, and grandsons had paid with their lives for their sins, and so Miss Letitia kindly refused to demand compensation from the principality for their misdeeds. The empire was the most powerful entity in that part of the world. It used the authority of God to rule its provinces, and it had a saint at its head. This empire persecuted their principalities for more than 30 years. As a result, their land only increased in number of graves and widows and old maids. The people of the principality could not understand what possible crimes their boys could have committed when they were no better than hostages. They understood that the daughter of the saint was a real fiend and nothing more than a real demon. The king's subjects fell to their knees before their master and began to beg the young man to reconsider the matter. They did not want such a person to become their queen. Each of those gathered in the throne room spoke of only one thing. Everyone was loudly indignant and called on the king to cancel this deal with the empire and the wedding. The young man couldn't keep quiet forever. After all, he thought that he couldn't do it. If he canceled the deal, the empire would obviously target the principality. He also thought about the girl who was to become his wife. He wondered if he could live with her, and he knew that this was the woman who had killed his subjects, and moreover, the daughter of his enemy. The young man understood that there was no way he could end up there, and if he didn't, his unseen subjects could certainly become victims of the empire, and he didn't want that at all. There was only one question left for him. The king decided to turn to his subjects and promised them that he would definitely listen to their opinion. Dietrian said that the opinion of each person gathered for the council is very important. He is ready to listen to any of them, but in the end, he intends to accept this deal. As before, loud indignation and calls for His Majesty not to make a stupid mistake were heard from the crowd of assembled nobles. The king calmly listened to their cries that he could not accept this decision, and in the end, it was better for their principality to go to war than to accept this girl as the new queen. The young man lowered his head even lower, hearing such words. Everyone was shouting only that it was impossible to follow the empire's lead and urged him to respond to this proposal by declaring war. It was a very difficult decision for him, and so the young man closed his eyes and thought that he had to sacrifice himself so that his subjects would not suffer as a result of his wrong decision. How he wished that everything in this world was simple. He wished he could just saddle his horse right now, jump on it, and if he went straight to the Holy Palace and killed the saint and her offspring there, he was ready to rush there for many days and nights to save his kingdom and its inhabitants. In this way, he would kill without a twinge of conscience all those who wished them harm, but this would at least pacify the anger in his heart a little. The young man understood that this could in no way be a solution to the problem, because he would not be able to destroy the empire in this way anyway, and in the place of the saint, someone else equally evil and bloodthirsty would appear. The decision to agree to this marriage was difficult for the young man. It had been on his mind ever since he had received it, and it distracted him from resolving state affairs. When he walked the streets of his city, he did not notice other people, although they were all valuable to him. He wanted to save the life of each of them and thought that the decision to agree to marriage would be the right one. Now, sitting in the chair in the throne room, he thought that there was no way he could agree with the arguments of his subjects. He was a king who ruled a country, a king who had people to protect, and therefore he had to choose the right decision. The young man stood up from his chair and announced that his decision was final, and he did not intend to change his mind. When one of his subjects fell to his knees before him, the king immediately offered his hand to help him up and said that if he refused this deal, the empire would not simply sit idly by. They would definitely attack someone other than the principality, and he could not afford to take that risk. Again, loud cries of indignation were heard. The king's vassals urged him not to make a mistake and said that they were ready to give their lives for him. When they informed him that this could be a tragedy for their kingdom and that it could result in it, and that his descendants would carry some of the blood of the holy murderer, the king replied that this unfortunately suited him. Standing before his subjects who were now gathered in the hall of his palace, the king informed them that he had made his final decision. He could save everyone, in his opinion, only by sacrificing himself. So what did it matter if he was not satisfied with it? The young man said that he was going to send a letter to the capital of the empire confirming the deal and agreeing to marry the saint's daughter. After the announcement of their master's intention, there was much discussion in and around the palace about the king's decision. Many wanted to be part of the delegation. The two brothers were just talking about this, and the elder of them asked if the young man wanted to go with them as part of the delegation, saying that a newcomer like him could not handle it and he would not accept it. In response, the younger one said that he had been ready to go from the very beginning, and His Majesty had already given him his permission. The elder brother began to loudly protest. He asked again whether there was really permission already, and asked what their king was thinking about when he gave it. The young men were ready to fight among themselves. When the younger of them said that his brother was being too cautious, he replied that it was only because it was a very long and dangerous trip. Their king, hearing their conversation, came up to them, and turning to the eldest of the brothers, named Benessa, said that there was enough talk, and there would be no more changes since they were soon leaving. The young man, turning to his king, reminded him once again that he knew that this was not some kind of excursion. His younger brother, on the contrary, was very happy and smiling, thanked His Majesty for the honor bestowed upon him. Dietrich was thinking only about the fact that this trip would affect the entire life of their state. It had taken them a whole month to prepare for it, and now there was no reason to postpone their departure any longer. Who knew what the saint would do if they were late for the wedding ceremony? Looking at his subordinate, the king remembered that it had taken him a long time to convince those subordinates who were against this marriage. Was he right to marry her? Hearing an affirmative answer from his lord, Baines immediately rushed away, saying that his nephew was the one whom this girl killed, and he would rather go to war against the empire than accept her as queen. The king took his words calmly and said that now they should think about something completely different because war is not what their principality needs now. Dietrich was absolutely sure of what he was saying. He told his subordinate that he could not allow innocent civilians to die in the war. It was a very big sacrifice, and he would rather sacrifice himself for his people. When his interlocutor asked the king if it was normal to sacrifice oneself, he replied that it was not a sacrifice, but rather his direct duty as king and ruler of the state. Struck by his words, the young man suddenly fell silent. He suddenly realized that this choice was not so simple, and his master sacrificed a lot in order for the principality and its inhabitants to remain safe. There were many similar disputes between the young men, but at last Benessa joined the delegation and was now ready to follow the king, who, standing by his horse, announced to everyone that it was time to set out. The young man, standing behind him and acting as his assistant, immediately announced his order loudly to everyone and said that he was ready to carry out any of his orders. At this time it began to rain. Raindrops fell on the dragon, which was located next to the king's palace, and flowed down its body. Baines also raised his eyes up, looked at the dragon, felt the raindrops on his face, and thought why it had to rain at that moment. At that moment, when the carriage harnessed by a pair of horses had already moved forward, the young man raised his head up again and loudly asked this dragon bastard why he abandoned their principality. The king replied to his vassal that there was no point in taking out his anger on the dragon, and if he did not want to go, he could stay here. To which His Majesty received the answer that he had once said that he did not want to go, and we will add that he was simply upset. That's all. The principality in which all the events described took place was called Xenos. From ancient times, this nation was a nation of dragons. When the blessing of the dragon was with them, The principality was as strong as the empire. But then suddenly there were changes that had a completely negative impact on the balance of power. The dragon's blessing disappeared, and the principality was forced to come to terms with it. Perhaps this was the reason why people began to associate the decline of their state with the disappearance of the dragon, because life became harder and harder after the dragon was gone. Baenus often spoke of what would have happened if that bastard had not abandoned them at the most inopportune moment. Then His Majesty would not have had to agree to this wedding. The younger brother, sitting in the saddle of the next horse next to him, listened to him silently and said nothing, although it seemed to him that the disappearance of the dragon had not improved their lives at all. He asked his brother why he thought they were called to the Empire now, just when the rainy season was about to begin, and the delegation might catch some disease from the rainy weather, and because of the terrible roads they might get injured before they even arrived in the Empire. To which the king replied that he thought the people of the Empire really wanted them to come with some sacrifices on the way. After this, the young man looked at the young man who was accompanying him and said that he shouldn't worry so much. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him that everything had been planned in advance, and they had tried to prepare for all possible circumstances. The young men quickly raced on their swift horses. One of the king's companions shouted out during the ride that they would try to prevent the empire from realizing its plans and would fight to the end for the independence of their principality. The road to the capital of the empire was quite long, but the delegation of the principality quickly moved towards the empire through the lands that lay on their way. During this journey they had some incidents that could not pass them by, but the principality was well prepared, so everything was under control, as happened during the attack of werewolves. After the young men had separated from the bloodthirsty werewolves, Baenessa laughed loudly and, turning to the imperial bastards, shouted that they had arrived safe and sound and hoped that the imperial bastards would die. He didn't notice the stone under his foot, and because of that he tripped and injured his limb. Baenus injured his leg just before they arrived at their destination, and it was pretty sad. But unlike him, the rest of the delegation arrived safely in the capital 2 days before the wedding ceremony, all except for one more victim. It was this victim who was now behind the door of the carriage on which the king knocked. He could no longer move fully and independently. This young man was now lying down, unable to move. The youngest person in the delegation, named Ino, had been injured during the battle with the demonic beasts and was now suffering the effects of that injury. After the young man informed his king that he was fine, the king asked him not to get up and added that he could continue lying down. But Enoch immediately began to apologize and say that it was all because of him, to which His Majesty replied that there was no need to apologize. Dietrian looked at the boy carefully and noticed that he was getting worse and worse. The boy was very weak, and his injury was also aggravated by the rainy weather. The king hoped that in the castle they would be able to quickly cure the young man, and therefore there was no threat to life. When he asked the lying knight about his marriage, he said that he had recently left. His Majesty immediately asked what was wrong with his leg, to which the young man laughed loudly and said that according to his brother, he needed to use his leg to heal it faster. The king placed his hand on the boy's head and said that his brother was incorrigible, and then noticed that the temperature had dropped a little, to which the boy replied that the medicine the king had given him had had an effect, and he felt better. Dietrian leaned over to the lying youth, smiled at him, and promised that he would soon be given better medicine. This was because they should arrive at the castle soon. The young man immediately asked his king if this was serious, and then thanked him and promised to put himself in order and come to his senses really quickly. He asked to wait a little and immediately began to cough loudly. Having said goodbye to the poor sick youth, His Majesty left his carriage and went outside, where the heavy rain continued to pour. The king said that this damn rain seemed to never end, and he began to walk as fast as he could so as not to get soaked to the skin. He wanted to find shelter somewhere as quickly as possible. On the way, he met another knight. The sick man's brother showed him a small bag and said that it was for his cough. He also said that he had gone to get good medicine for him. When the king looked closely at one of the medicine bottles, he asked the knight why he needed stomach medicine. In response, the young man said that he did not know what could work, and therefore decided to buy everything. After this, Banessa opened his bag and said that he was sure that if he gave his brother a mixture of all these medicines, one or two would be effective, to which the king replied that he would most likely kill Ino by doing so, and not the disease. After this, the knight laughed and said that he thought the king had come just in time. When he entered the carriage to his brother, he was informed that he had just vomited blood. He also told the king that he was so shocked that he could not sit still, and so he went to get medicine himself. After that, the knight said that every time he looked at his younger brother, he remembered his nephew who died at the hands of that girl. He was about the same age as his dead nephew and cursed. When the king said that Enoch was not like his nephew and that he should not worry so much, the knight replied that one never knew what might happen. What he meant was that he had never imagined that his nephew might die. After that, His Majesty said that they should arrive soon. As soon as they entered the castle, they would immediately call for a doctor, and besides, they could ask the priest to help. But Banessa said that in his opinion, these holy bastards would not want to help them. His Majesty immediately asked his vassal if he had forgotten that in 2 days he would become Josefina's son-in-law. In his opinion, they should help them. Baness replied that he completely forgets about everything because of his concern for his younger marriage, because he is now suffering more than anyone else. A moment later, the knight told the king that he was very sorry and promised to keep silent in the future and to sew up his mouth so as not to say such things, to which His Majesty replied that if he had the strength, it would be better to take care of the marriage. While they were talking about this, the king could not even imagine what would happen to them next. When they arrived at the entrance to the holy city, they were not allowed in. In vain were their questions about whether this was not enough and whether the guards did not know how many hours they had been waiting. The empire refused to allow the principality's delegation into the castle. Banessa became terribly angry and shouted, asking if they could call a doctor and asking why not and what was the reason for this attitude towards them. He jumped up to the door leading into the castle and started banging on it with his crutch. When they tried to stop him, saying that they could hurt themselves even more, the knight replied that a man was dying here, and that was more important than his leg. There was real despair in their lord's eyes. He hoped that the poor boy would be helped as soon as they arrived at the castle walls. He had no idea that the empire would play diplomatic games, although he had guessed it. The king turned and began to walk away from the entrance gate. He realized that the empire had decided to do this because they always did the usual things. They were not even affected by the fact that they had been informed of the illness of one of the delegates. His Majesty gnashed his teeth in pain and resentment. They reported that one of the visitors was seriously ill and could die soon, but this did not affect their decision in any way, and now the king did not understand how they deserved such treatment. He was equally worried about what the saint was thinking. Was she not at all concerned about her daughter if she was behaving this way with her potential husband? The king thought about how he was the man who was supposed to marry her in 2 days. He wondered why they were doing this, if it wasn't a good enough reason to call off the wedding. He wondered if they really wanted him to hate his bride and her family. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that perhaps this was a way of pushing him to lose control and harm Letitia. Thinking about this, the young man laughed sarcastically, silently, and promised that he would never harm this girl for anything in the world, although most likely this is what her mother wants. Josefina knew everything very well. She knows that he cannot harm her daughter in any way because she has unlimited power which she can use at any moment. If he had tried to harm the daughter of this saint, grave consequences for his state would not have been long in coming. The empire would have punished him for this, and the principality would have been destroyed. The young man stood in the rain and thought about what way out of this situation could be, but unfortunately for him, he saw nothing else but to just wait. He had no choice but to endure all this. They continued to wait at the entrance of the palace, and when the weather changed the next day, the rain finally stopped, and on the day when the blue sky appeared, some changes took place. The door that had barred them from entering the holy palace creaked open, and the travelers decided with relief that they would now be allowed to enter inside. Several priests came out of the opened gates, and the eldest of them shouted loudly that King Dietrian must listen to him. He added that he had come there to convey to him the words of the saint. The priest shouted so loudly that everyone near the gate could hear him. He said that the empire had carefully prepared for the arrival of the delegation, but the preparations of those who had arrived themselves looked ridiculous. King Deitrian immediately bowed before the one who came out on his knees and apologized to him. The priest told him that marriage is sacred to both peoples, but some people in their stupidity claim that this marriage should not exist. The king was still bowed before the castle entrance. Behind him his loyal knights knelt, and the priest announced that the saint had decided to give the young man another chance. King Deitrian heard to his satisfaction that his wedding with the saint's daughter would take place as planned, and then the priest said that the king could enter the palace. His words literally stunned the young man because it meant that permission was received only for him, and so he asked again whether they were allowed to enter. His guess was confirmed when the priest asked him again what he was talking about, and then replied that the only person allowed to enter the palace was the king. The young man's expression immediately changed. It seemed funny to him, and also insulting. He wondered if he had heard the priest's words correctly. He nevertheless decided to clarify the information and asked again whether they had really said that he needed to leave his people and go alone, to which the priest replied that of course they had. Baenus was simply filled with anger when he heard the priest's words that those who came from the principality could not visit the empire because they were sick and because their illness could infect the great land. The knight who sat down next to him could not bear such mockery of himself that no one except the king could enter the castle since they were all sick and posed a danger to the empire. King Deitrian turned to the priest who had come out and said that he could not do this because without the people there is no king. The man answered him that he had not said that they should leave their people here. He had said that they could all go to the principality together after the wedding. The king did not give up trying to persuade him. He told him that they had a sick child with them. He would not be able to hold out until the end of the wedding, even if no one else could enter. Perhaps an exception would be made for this child. His words seemed to enrage the priest. His face changed. He stopped the king and asked him if he was trying to disobey the saint's order. After this, he pointed his finger at the knights behind the king and said that they all must pay a price to know their place. The king was simply amazed by his words. He had not expected such hospitality from the empire at all, and now he felt ashamed in front of his people and offended that he could do nothing about it. Hearing the words of the priest, Baenus immediately rushed forward, calling the man a scumbag and trying to deal with him. He was held back as best he could by his sick younger brother, who asked him to calm down. King Deitrian meanwhile hit his forehead with all his might on the stone pavement in frustration and shouted loudly that his people were not guilty of anything. He lay on the road leading to the palace at the feet of the priest and said that his people were not to blame and that it was all only because of him. The knights who came with him to the empire were amazed by the words of their ruler, who said that it was all his fault. Thus, people who had gone through such a difficult and long road. The young man continued to stand bowed with his head down, from which hot blood was dripping from the wound. At that moment he thought that if this was a saint, then whatever punishment it was, she was repeating what had happened before. Just like 7 years ago, the king's father had also begged in such a situation, and he felt the same way. Clutching his hand at the stone, the young man remembered that his father looked so pitiful, and he decided that he could not look like that. Raising his head slightly, King Deitrian said loudly that he would accept the offer. He thought that his father was also willing to do this for the country. Then he added that he would accept the offer, but he would not move from the spot until the doctor arrived. Leaning his hands on the stone path, he said that this was his final decision, and it should be conveyed to the saint. When the king asked the priest to please have mercy, at least this once he almost laughed and said that he had not come here to talk, but only to report the order of his mistress. After this, both priests turned around, and on the way to the gate, the elder of them said that so the king had refused the wedding, and he would immediately convey this to the saint, and invited them to go into the castle. Feeling his powerlessness, the young man continued to kneel, and from the resentment that tormented his soul, began to pound his fists on the stones of the path. After this, the young man raised his head and saw with annoyance the closed gates leading into the palace. His loyal subordinate immediately ran up to His Majesty and asked him to give him permission to kill those who refused them entry into the empire. Deitrian immediately grabbed Baenus by the collar and ordered him to shut up, and then asked him again if he really wanted them to kill anyone else. The young knight realized that he was wrong, and apologizing to His Majesty said that he was ready to fulfill any of his orders. The king replied that all of this was completely unimportant at the moment. The primary task that now faced them was to save Ino. After talking with his master, Benessa wiped the sweat from his forehead and called several knights to him. When one of them ran up to the king and said that they first needed to treat his head wounds, the king replied that they did not have time for that now. The man replied that he understood this, but the king did not even listen to him and asked how the sick young man was doing. The young man's hand clenched into a fist involuntarily after he was told that Enoch was still unconscious and appeared to have a fever. The king looked up at the sky and thought that when his father had knelt here 7 years ago, the weather had been exactly the same. He was not interested in anything except the fate of the boy who had come here at his call. He had to save his life. That was why King Dietrien thought only about the fact that today everything had to be done to save him, and he was determined to do everything he could and even more. He turned to his knights and ordered them to search for a doctor who could take care of the poor young man in one of the cities closest to the capital. He also told his people that the empire could not be allowed to know about this, so it had to be kept a secret. The situation was such that when the delegation was not allowed to enter the capital, Dietrien ordered the doctors to search outside the castle. But all this led to even worse consequences. The doctor they found gave the patient nothing but poison, which could not save him in any way, but only hastened the approach of his death. As a result of this man's help, Enoch, suffering from a weakened body and poison, began to weaken rapidly. It was simply terrible, and the delegation heard that this was arranged with the potential bride, Letitia. All the people who came to the wedding were simply stunned by this news. They clenched their teeth in pain and resentment and promised that this would not go unpunished. At the same time, the girl remembered what her mother had ordered her to do on her wedding day. Then she had strictly forbidden her to leave this room until she called her and added that she knew exactly what would happen if she suddenly decided to disobey her. Letitia did not forget about her feelings and thoughts during those hours when she was in the bride's waiting room, where there was no light. Even when she suffered from cold hunger and severe stress, she was afraid to disobey her mother's orders. Because of this, she did not even think about leaving the room, which was not even locked. She remembered how she had driven herself crazy, listening to her own breathing alone, listening to every sound that penetrated the room from outside. Finally, the girl could not stand it any longer, jumped to her feet, ran to the door and began to pound on it with her fists, calling on her mother to take pity on her and let her out of here. She pounded on the door so hard that her knuckles were bruised, and she begged so desperately that her voice was hoarse from asking so many times to be let out of the room. Smiling and looking at her daughter, Josephine told her that if the girl left this room now, it would only get worse, and then asked if she still wanted to leave here. After that, she told the girl that as a result of the rumors she had spread about her involvement in the poisoning of one of the members of the delegation, all the exes hated the girl, everyone wanted to kill her, and she had very cleverly arranged this. She revealed that the king's bride was now considered a poisoner, and that it was all her evil mother's plan. The girl wondered if it wasn't enough for this woman that in the past she was the one who executed those boys from the principality, and she decided to go even further. This woman was simply terrible in her anger, and this time she wanted Dietrien blinded by hatred because of Enoch's death to harm her. She understood that everyone who arrived with the delegation hated her and wanted to kill her now, just as her cruel mother had planned. Everyone wanted the young girl dead and wanted to get rid of her except for one person who for some reason rejected all these speculations and treated her well. That man was Dietrien. It was a long time ago, but the girl still remembered their first meeting as if it were yesterday. At that moment, she wanted to pour wine from a glass on the king and shouted at him not to touch her. The young man remained unperturbed, even after wine from her glass ended up on his face. The girl again addressed him with the words, "Don't come close to her." She remembered the look on the king's face as the wine dripped down his face. He said nothing in response and showed no emotion. The saint watched all this with pleasure. She almost laughed out loud seeing how her daughter treated her fiancé. With a glass in her hand, the girl waited for the young man's answer, and he calmly asked her forgiveness for disturbing his lady. The young man apologized to her and said that he was ready to endure even worse things from her. She believed his kindness was a lie, a trick to lower her guard. With such cunning, Dietrian's steadfastness and constancy made her skepticism feel ashamed. When they went outside together with the king, he immediately announced that the girl walking next to him was his future wife, and he would not forgive anyone who treated her badly. The girl recalled her past feelings. She was most frightened by the young man's incomprehensible politeness. She was sure that he would show his true face when they reached the principality. She thought that the king believed that she was the one who killed the young man. He had no reason, in her opinion, to treat her well. The girl continued to doubt him, and then an incident occurred when they were in the desert on their way to the principality. The girl pulled out a sharp knife hidden deep in her clothes, pointed it towards the young man, and again reminded him that he should not come close to her. She swung the knife so hard that she ended up grazing the young man with the tip, and after she noticed the drops of blood dripping from the knife, her hands began to shake nervously. The wound on the king's cheek did not look terrible. It was only a slight cut, but it seemed to greatly upset and shock the young man, who silently endured her actions. When the king told the girl that his purpose was merely to simply assess the girl's wounds, she began to scream loudly that she was not wounded and urged him to simply move away from her. But this did not stop the young man at all. On the contrary, his gaze became full of determination, and he took several quick steps towards her. Letitia remembered very well that at that moment she was very scared and was unable to move either her hand or her leg. She silently waited for what was about to happen. She closed her eyes and was sure that because of her he was bleeding now, and the king was very angry with her. He could definitely kill her now. The girl began to slowly retreat back, and because of this, she did not notice the stone that had gotten under the sole of her boot. She was already falling backwards with her whole body when the young man managed to catch her and asked if she had hurt her leg. He held the girl's forearm tightly with his hand, preventing her from falling. The stone was sharp and pierced the sole of her boot. Wiping the blood from her heel, the king said that such things often happen when people are not used to traveling in the desert. The girl felt the young man's touch on her leg, and it was very gentle. This struck her very much, and it seemed that at that moment something began to change. That is why, at that moment when the young man leaned over her, she could not do anything with herself and could not push him away from her. His eyes looked literally pleading. He said that he didn't care at all what the girl decided to do with him. She could even be tougher on him, but it wouldn't change anything. The girl noticed that blood was still dripping from the young man's cheek, but he, paying absolutely no attention to it, promised that he would not harm her. And at that moment, when her prayers finally reached the addressee, the girl addressed God with words of gratitude for the fact that he gave her a chance to protect this man. She was going to take advantage of this opportunity. The girl didn't know how or why she had returned to the past, but it didn't matter that much now. She was sure of only one thing: that she knew what was going to happen in the future. The girl opened the drawer where her clothes were kept and thought that it was time to act. She knew that Enoch would soon die. There were about 3 days left until that moment. She let out a joyful cry when she discovered a clergy robe among the clothes. The girl decided that with this robe she could go out unnoticed, and it was just great. Carefully opening the door of her room and looking out from behind it into the corridor, the girl thought that she was the only person who could save the young man, but first she needed to find an antidote. Turning her head in all directions, the girl was glad, because there was no one there, and all this only helped her event. No one was supposed to come here for the next 3 days, and right now her mother should be in a completely different place. She thought that the saint was somewhere in her room saying that there were enough preparations and that they were postponing the wedding ceremony. Besides, Letitia had locked herself in the palace and was refusing the marriage. The woman was busy making her daughter the scapegoat for all the humiliations the delegation had suffered. The young fugitive hid her head under the hood of her cloak and, making her way through the palace, thought that the antidote must be kept in the clergy's warehouse, but she could run into people who might recognize her. The girl was determined to fulfill her plan. She remembered that the warehouse of holy artifacts was located near the second castle in the west. That was where she was going to go now. It was a rather strange place. It was mostly filled with things that had lost their powers. All sorts of junk that had lost its value was brought there. She had to sort through the junk and antiques to find the things she needed, but thank God there was very little security there, so she didn't have to worry about being caught. The girl learned about everything that would happen in the past after the principality was attacked by the Empire and was subjected to destruction and fires. After the state that belonged to her dead husband was dealt with and destroyed in her past life, she did not want to kill Dietrich under any circumstances before the curse worked. She was busy waiting for her death without complaint, believing that her end was near and that as a result of the curse, she would die while her beloved husband would remain alive and unharmed. Something happened on the last night before the 6-month curse placed on the girl by her mother was activated. The Holy Empire suddenly decided to invade the principality and take it over and destroy it completely. This was not difficult to do since the empire was much larger than the principality. The imperial paladins very quickly destroyed the ordinary people of the principality and in one short moment reached the royal palace. While her husband and King Dietrich and his knights fought bravely to the end, the girl noticed that the curse in her chest began to slowly activate. Unfortunately, no matter how bravely the defenders of the principality fought, they could not withstand the overwhelming number of enemies and were unable to save their country. The girl thought that her end had come, but after Dietrich died, her curse was lifted. After the war was over, the girl was taken back to the empire and locked in a castle. All the people in the empire now called her a witch who betrayed the empire and her own mother. The girl felt that absolutely everyone was treating her with disdain. Even the servants treated her as if she did not exist. She remembered that her wounds had been left untreated and that she had suffered greatly because of it. It was while she was wandering alone around the palace grounds looking for something that could help her wounds that she came across this abandoned building. It was this abandoned building that turned out to be a warehouse of holy artifacts which were of no use to anyone due to the loss of their miraculous power and which the girl was able to use. When she approached this place, she suddenly remembered that she had been here before as a child. This was exactly the place that she remembered as a child. She also remembered that the key that could open the lock was hidden under a stone near the warehouse door, and it was she who took it out of this hiding place. Just a moment later, this key was successfully used by the girl, and she was able to open the heavy lock that held the stone chains. After she opened the door and entered the warehouse, she began to cough loudly. The warehouse was still as dusty as before. It seemed that the amount of dust could really suffocate. Letitia began to look at the shelves along the walls. There should be some herbs that could be used as an antidote, as well as a storage box that would enhance their healing effect. She continued to turn her head in different directions, looking for the box, hoping that it should be here somewhere. Finally, her search was successful. The girl found a wooden box and opened it. Inside the chest were branches of some plant, and the storage box lost its power, but still, in the girl's opinion, the herbs looked great. She decided she should definitely check them just in case and brought the plant branch to her mouth. As she had hoped, everything turned out just fine. The girl thanked God that at least something had survived here, and this antidote could be used since it still had healing properties. She decided that this should be enough and turned to walk away from the warehouse. She thought that in this way she would still be able to save the life of the poor young man who was now suffering greatly and who was destined to die in just a few days. She looked back again and thought that even if the artifacts that were brought here and that had lost their miraculous power, they could be repaired if you knew how to do it. She had already imagined that this could be a wonderful dowry. It would be worth fixing these things, although it would be difficult, but still she did not exclude such a possibility, and it would be nice to bring some Dietrich. Letitia paused and thought that she should do this some other time. She couldn't take them right now, but it was possible in the future. At the moment when the girl was ready to leave the room and go outside, closing the door behind her, some strange bright glow appeared behind her. When she turned back to see what had happened, she immediately closed her eyes and covered her face with her hand because the light was so strong that she could not see because of it. She did not understand what was happening. She held her hand in front of her face until the light gradually began to fade. It happened just as suddenly as it had begun. The girl began to look for the source of this strange glow. Moving closer to one of the shelves that stood near the wall, Letitia noticed that the light was coming from one of the things that were lying there. It was some kind of ring, and it was this that began to sparkle at the moment when she was about to leave, but then the girl thought that it was not a ring at all. She could not decide to take this thing in her hand. The girl watched the ring for a long time, and then thought that she still needed to do something. At some point, an unexpected thought came to her mind that this thing could not be an ordinary ring, but most likely it was a real elixir. She had known about what the elixir was for a long time. It was a holy artifact created by a goddess to protect a saint. It was not just a miraculous thing, but an artifact that contained a piece of the goddess's soul, the most powerful holy artifact in the world, which gave its owner incredible strength and power. The power of this elixir was as powerful as the soul inside it. It was capable of not only subjugating the demonic monster, but also endowing its owner with incredible power. Another property of this elixir was the ability to prevent the empire from falling. Using divine power, the owner was able to use powerful magic. According to the girl, each of these achievements of the elixir was simply amazing in itself, but this is far from all that this artifact is capable of. The owner of the elixir becomes the owner of 9 wings. This is the most significant power of the elixir. With these wings, he can rule over the whole world, and no one can defeat or overcome him. The girl knew that there were only 9 people with superhuman abilities who could use the power of God. They were all centered around her mother. It was her mother who was chosen as a saint, becoming a master of the 9 wings, granted him or her control over the entire empire. Because of this, Iosefina became the most powerful person in the entire empire. The girl managed to think about all this at the moment when she looked at the elixir. Her mother had exactly the same one, and now she was interested in the question of why such important things were lying in plain sight. She reached out her hand to the elixir and thought that it should now be in the hands of the current saint and her mother. She seemed to see her mother in front of her again and thought that she would never have been left without the elixir. But perhaps at some point her mother had lost it, and that was why it was here. But then she immediately rejected this idea because it could not have happened. Letitia immediately remembered that she had seen the elixir on her mother's hand this morning, and besides, it wasn't something that could be lost so easily. She began to look closely at the song and noticed that if you look closely at it, you can see that this ring is very worn, unlike her mother's elixir. She also noticed that it was slightly damaged. There was a tiny crack in the center of the stone that decorated the elixir, which was most likely why it ended up in this warehouse. The girl sighed heavily and thought that of course this ring was not real at all, because the soul of the goddess was locked inside the elixir stone. If something happened to it, it could cause a sea of indignation. The girl smiled and decided that there was no need to despair, although she did not know that such a thing was possible. But the possibility that it was genuine gave her a piece of hope. And if this ring was truly real, she would definitely be able to protect Dietrich. It was because of this thought that she decided to act this way, just in case the girl decided to take the ring with her and put it in the pocket of her cloak. Since it was in the warehouse of holy artifacts, it definitely should have contained at least a piece of magical power. After that, she literally ran out of the warehouse and intended to find someone from the delegation as quickly as possible, because those who had arrived must already have been inside the palace. She remembered that they were all able to enter the castle only after Ino's death. She moved quickly and thought that there was no point in delaying for a minute, and that it was better to hurry because there was less and less time left, and it was absolutely impossible to lose it. The girl didn't even suspect what was happening in her coat pocket at that moment. The ring began to glow again, as if reminding her of its presence in her pocket, but the glow was so weak that even she didn't notice anything. At the same time, there was a rather tense situation in one edition of the Empire. The situation with the poor sick young man was becoming increasingly catastrophic. He lay in his bed, his breathing becoming more and more intermittent. Even his face began to look like that of an old man. His skin also lost its former shine and changed color. One of the knights who had looked into the room to make sure that the sick man was all right came out and informed the other knights that His Majesty had now gone to get an antidote, although hope was becoming less and less. His interlocutor only laughed slightly bitterly and asked if the young man really thought that the saint would give the king the necessary antidote, since she would most likely only poison the young man even more. At that moment, another door opened and their king appeared in it. The knights immediately greeted His Majesty. Once the young man was inside the building, they immediately asked him what had happened. The king remembered how it all happened. Although the chance was low, everything went exactly as he expected. He met a priest who told him that the saint had prepared medicine, and since it was an antidote that could neutralize any poison he had, to make sure that the patient took it correctly. He explained to the young man that the medicine was made from a plant, and its name was Abraxa. According to the priest, the antidote was extremely strong and could also cure the sick young man. The whole point was that Enoch was still quite young. If he had not been so young, there would have been no danger in taking this medicine. Abrax is highly effective, but it is lethal to people who have not yet reached puberty. If taken at that age, the body will become intoxicated and organs will be destroyed. The poison will of course be neutralized, but the consequences will be that blood will burst out of every crevice throughout the body. The king took the branch of Abraxa in his hand and wondered how it was that Ino would cure Abraxa. He asked the priest if this was the antidote the saint had given. The man immediately exclaimed that this was certainly so, and then asked the young man if he had dared to doubt the abilities of the saint herself. Dietrich held the plant branch up to his face and replied that this was certainly not the case. The next moment, the young man thought what would happen if he strangled this priest right here and now, or perhaps got to the saint and killed her. He even imagined himself drawing his sharp sword from its sheath and rushing towards this evil and treacherous woman with the intention of killing her in the next moment. But then he suddenly realized that all of this was just a dream, since the saint was constantly guarded by real magic, and he would definitely die since the wing that protected the saint would simply tear him to pieces. The king put the leaf of the plant back into the casket and thought that he was not afraid of death at all, but the time for dying had not yet come. After this, he took the casket in his hands and decided that if he did so, he would lose his last chance to save the young man. After this, the king said that he was sincerely grateful to the saint for her kindness. Since the king had remained silent all the time, he was recalling the recent events. His vassals began to worry and began to anxiously ask their master what had happened. One of the knights fell to his knees before His Majesty and asked if the saint had really given him the medicine. The young man, as if nothing had happened, calmly answered the doctor who asked him that the saint had given him Abraxa. These words greatly surprised the young man, and he asked again with concern, "Is it really Abraxa?" And then asked again, "Is it really not poisonous to Eno?" The poor, sick boy's older brother listened attentively to their conversation and suddenly heard that Eno could most likely be harmed by this so-called medicine. He immediately attacked the speaker and declared that he should not speak, as if everything was already over for the young man, and then asked him to address His Majesty. After the king gave the man permission to speak, he and the knights present in the room were simply stunned by the young man's words that he would remain in the empire. His face looked simply terrible. It was even scary to look at him, and Vanessa loudly shouted that he was ready to finish off everyone in this empire, and Saint Letitia too. He said that he would kill them all. King Dietrich turned to his subject and told him to stop saying such stupid things. He asked if the young man had forgotten that his family was actually waiting for him in the principality. The other knights immediately rushed to the knight to calm him down, but he did not want to even listen to this, and turning to His Majesty said that he would no longer be able to convince him with such conversations. The other knights asked him at this time whether he had lost his mind and asked him to stop. The king told his vassal that he would never allow him to die so stupidly. He ordered him to stop thinking about useless things and concentrate on healing his leg. He continued to resist despite his sore leg. He waved his crutch and told the knights to leave everything to him, in response to which one of the knights ordered them to hurry and bring him a sedative. Dietrich looked in amazement at his vassal, who seemed to have gone crazy, and shouted loudly to let him go, and again asked if he hadn't told them that. Looking around, the king suddenly thought that there were still people who were in solidarity with Benesse and were ready to follow him. He was sure that they had already thought everything through carefully as it should be. Then the young man clenched his fist and thought that he had already thought it all through. He wanted to get as close to the saint as possible and finish everything with her forever. But then his gaze fell again on the young man lying on the bed in agony, and he suddenly realized that he was unable to do this, at least until he got better. He remembered that he once had a brother too. They often played together when they were still real boys and were always ready to help each other. He also thought that since he became the king of the principality, he had taken on a huge responsibility. Since he was the ruler, he had to protect everyone and be responsible for the life of each of his subjects. Such situations happened quite often, and every time during such chaotic cases the king always remembered his elder brother because it seemed to him that it was his brother who should now occupy his throne. He would have liked to ask his relative who died so early how he would have acted in a similar situation. He thought that he was much more reasonable than him and would have handled it perfectly. While the king was wondering what would have happened if his brother had been the only survivor of those events and not him, the girl arrived at the door where the delegation was currently standing, antidote in hand, but to her regret there was no way she could appear there now. It was at that moment when she was about to touch the front door handle with her hand that she heard screams coming from the room that someone would end all of this and also Saint Letitia and kill them all in the Empire. The girl immediately pulled her hand away from the door and began to think about what she should do now. She understood that her appearance in this room now would be completely inappropriate. She did not understand how she could enter there now and what she could do. She realized that the person who spoke those words was definitely Vanessa. All the international students who came back as corpses were his nephews, and he could not forgive this saint. The girl began to rush along the corridor, walking first one way, then the other, and thought that if she was recognized, she would not be able to get close to Enoch. She still could not understand how she could get into the room without being noticed by the knights present there. Suddenly, Letitia stopped and began to listen to the sounds coming from somewhere far away in the corridor. She realized that someone was approaching here with quick steps. The girl decided that she couldn't let anyone know she was here, much less get caught, so she pulled her hood over her head and decided to quickly hide somewhere. She managed to do it quite quickly. She hid around the corner and hoped that no one would notice her. At this time, several priests approached the room where the seriously ill young man was staying. One of them began to pound the door with his fist and call for the door to be opened for him. He said that they had come to test the effectiveness of the antidote that the saint had given. The girl was very surprised when she heard about this. She did not believe that her mother had decided to spare the poor boy and had prepared an antidote for him. The priest knocked even louder on the door and shouted that the patient should be given the medicine right now in front of him so that he could see everything with his own eyes. Meanwhile, the king was completely absorbed in his memories. He recalled one episode from his distant life when he ran after his departing brother, calling him Big Brother. When his brother finally stopped and asked the boy what he wanted, the boy asked his brother if he really should go to the Empire and added that he could go there in his place. His older brother just smiled back at the boy and said that he couldn't do that because the saint had called him specifically. And the boy asked why she hadn't called him and then said that their mother had heard that he was going to the Empire to protect something. The boy was curious about what it could be, and he asked his older brother in bewilderment what he would be protecting in the Empire. The older brother's answer was quite simple and trivial. He simply said that it is something. And then he added that this something was extremely valuable. The king remembered that he had learned what he had tried to protect, and it had happened at his brother's funeral. Then he asked his mother if the first prince had not been called by the saint. But the answer came from somewhere deep in the church, from people attending the funeral. According to one person, he heard that Julius had decided to sacrifice himself to save his younger brother. People also said that His Majesty and the Queen were forced to agree with him, and now the Queen bitterly mourned the loss of her eldest son. Everyone knew everything perfectly well, and only Dietrich, because of whom everything happened, and to protect whom the elder brother went, did not suspect anything like that. At that moment, he thought that the elder brother died to protect him, and this thought was terribly shameful for him. The boy looked at the coffin of his older brother who had decided to protect his younger brother. He understood that he would never return home. The king learned even more about everything that had happened when he found a chest in one of the places in their palace in which his elder brother's letters and notes were kept. Much became clear after he read the letters his brother had shared before his death. He also learned from the letters about a young girl his brother had met in the Empire. She was mentioned in so many letters, a young maid who looked very nice, but the brother was worried that this damn saint had struck again. Then they said what this girl had told him. She said that she would pay back her debt very soon. The boy was touched when he reread the letters his older brother wrote to him. He was simply touched by this little maid and wrote that his brother should have seen how sweet this girl was when she said that she would definitely pay him back. The young king wondered why he remembered this maid girl at this moment. And suddenly a thought came to his mind. What if this maid's promise still stood? He wondered if she remembered him at all. Dietrich couldn't help but think that he couldn't be sure of that. Even if this girl who had already become a young woman remembered him, there was a chance that she would simply ignore him, but it would still be worth at least reminding her of that. The young man decided to take advantage of this chance, and calling one of the knights to him, told him that he had to bring someone to him. He explained to his subordinate that he had to look for a young girl that his brother had met many years ago. It had happened 7 years ago, and then the brother had helped her when she was being beaten by the saint, and in return, she had promised to repay him. The king said that it was still worth trying to find this girl, and if she was still in the castle, perhaps with her help they could get an antidote for the sick young man. He also said that unfortunately, he does not know the name of the girl, but she must be about 19 years old now. She has a very bright blonde shade of hair, which is most likely her distinguishing feature. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately became happy and said that this was a very valuable clue since such a hair color was very rare in the empire. To which the king said that yes, this fact greatly narrowed the search radius, and besides, she could still be working as a maid, or she could already be an ordinary servant. The young people had not yet finished their conversation when the door leading to their room suddenly opened, and one of the knights literally ran through it addressing His Majesty. Without wasting a second to explain, he immediately exclaimed that they had a problem. The king could see for himself as immediately after the night several priests appeared at the door. The one who was most likely the eldest of those who came immediately addressed the king without even greeting him and said that they had come here to test the effectiveness of the saint's medicine. He ordered that the medicine be given to the patient immediately in his presence so that he could see everything with his own eyes. The 3 priests entered the depths of the room and waited for His Majesty to respond. They were clearly playing some kind of game, and it was unclear what the purpose of their arrival was. Banessa became very angry after the arrival of these people. He asked loudly, shouting what it meant that they came to check the effectiveness of the medicine, and then said that if Yana took the medicines they brought earlier right now, he would die immediately since Abraxa was fatal to him. One of the knights standing next to him shouted out and reproached the priests right in their faces for forcing them to kill the young man with their own hands. Hidden around the corner of the house, the girl could clearly hear some kind of scandal going on inside. She also heard 2 knights calling the priests sons of bitches. It occurred to her that everyone was crowding outside the room where the sick young man was. It was all because of the minions of the saint who had come here. There were too many people here, and the girl decided that she would not be able to sneak into the room unnoticed. She decided that she would not be able to do anything this way. After all, as long as she continued to hide from these people, the young man was always in danger, so she decided to sneak in through the back door. Letitia ran as fast as she could around the building to get inside from the other side. She knew that the back door had not been used for a long time, and it was possible to enter through it unnoticed. The row inside the room grew more and more heated. One of the priests loudly asked the knights what they had said. After they told him that they were not going to give the young man the drugs that the saint had given them, the priest became even more furious and began shouting loudly that they must carry out the orders of his mistress. At the moment when the young lady had already made her way inside the house through the back door, she heard conversations about how they were now speaking out of principle. Then the priest said that if they continued to behave like this, they would definitely regret what they had said. And while everyone who was present inside the building was discussing the situation with the priests and did not notice anyone around, the girl was able to take advantage of this and quickly slipped inside the room, where at that time there was a seriously ill young man. Closing the door behind her, the girl quickly caught her breath and began to rejoice that she had done it. It had happened thanks to the saint's minions who had distracted the delegation, although she did not think that was what they had wanted. When her breathing and heart had calmed down a little after running fast, the girl suddenly felt something strange. It was a sharp smell of flowers, and besides, looking around she realized that this was the same room. Looking at the bed that stood against the wall in this room, she immediately noticed a seriously ill man whose complexion caused her great concern, and she realized that it was Enoch. As soon as she saw what had happened to the poor boy, she immediately became very worried and thought that she needed to quickly give him the antidote before he died. As she got closer, she realized that the young man had only a few hours left to live. The color of his face said it without words, and if nothing was done, he would definitely die in the next few days. She couldn't even believe that he was in such a terrible state now. Leaning towards the boy, Letitia immediately realized that this would not be easy. The problem was that Eno was now supposed to be worried and swallow the antidote, but unfortunately, he was unconscious. The girl tried to wake the boy from his heavy sleep, but to no avail, as she thought the young man did not answer her and she could not wake him up, so she began to crumble the branch of the plant on a piece of paper since the patient could neither chew nor swallow now. After she finished doing this, she thought that the antidote should not lose its properties in water either. The girl understood that she had to act as quickly as possible. She had absolutely no time for thinking and hypotheses. As soon as she found a cup in the room into which she immediately poured water, she also added an antidote to it, which was supposed to neutralize the effect of the poison he had received. After that, she leaned over the young man and, realizing that it would have to do anyway since they had no time at all, began to give him some healing liquid from a cup. While she was giving the boy something to drink, she told him that she knew it was hard, but she asked him to hold on because he would soon feel better. She prayed to God that this would be the case. All the time she did not leave the boy's bed and gave him something to drink. She was haunted by the thought that she had to finish everything before Dietrich came here. After all, everyone knew her as a crazy witch, so the girl was sure that if she was caught, they would understand her completely wrong. Besides, she did not want the saint's henchmen who knew her face well and would certainly recognize her to burst in after the king. Moreover, the girl understood that if her mother realized that she was here, then she and the delegation would be very angry with her, and this could have serious consequences for her. When all the liquid was inside the young man's body, she decided to take a closer look at his face. To her deep amazement and joy, the girl noticed that the medicine seemed to have not lost its power, and the patient sighed softly and quietly. Looking closely at the sick young man's face, she was delighted to see that his skin color also seemed to be returning to normal. Letitia was very glad that her efforts had not been in vain. Even though she was in danger now, she allowed herself to be glad that she had saved this boy's life. After this, she took the motionless hand of this young man in her palms and said that she congratulated him, and said that from now on only good things would happen to him. Still holding the patient's hand and kneeling by his bed, the girl assured him that from that moment on, she would protect them all, not only Eno but also the entire principality. She also intended to protect the ruler of the principality, King Dietrich. At this moment, the young man seemed to feel even better, and he slowly began to open his eyes. Very dimly, as if through a veil, he noticed that a girl was sitting by his bed, bent over, and he wondered who she was and why she was saying that she would protect his principality and everyone in general. When his gaze dropped below the unknown guest's face, he noticed something in her pocket and wondered what that shining light was that was coming from her pocket near her hand. This was very unusual for him. He could not believe that in broad daylight something could shine like the morning star, and moreover not radiate heat. The young man also noticed that there was some shiny object on the girl's hand. He thought that perhaps it was a bracelet decorated with a precious stone. At the moment when the young man thought that it was this stranger who saved him, the girl noticed that the sick young man's eyes were already open and hurried to hide her face behind a large hood. The young man did not take his eyes off his guest and thought that it was to her that he should be grateful for his salvation. The young man really wanted to thank this girl, who had suddenly appeared in the room and seemed to have helped him survive. He really wanted to do this, and even extended his hand addressing her, but he did not have the strength to do so. He kept his eyes on the girl who had stopped in the doorway to make sure no one was around, and no one could notice her. And he thought that he should tell everyone that she had saved him. It was with the thought that he must tell His Majesty about everything that had happened that the young man closed his eyes and was again consumed by deep sleep. In another room, which was next to this room, the heated debate continued. The king told the priest who came that he did not intend to give the medicine they offered. In response to his words, the priest began to shout loudly that he had never heard of Abrax. Moreover, he said that this was just a ridiculous excuse to refuse the medicine offered to them by the saint. The girl had gotten out of the building without any problems, and was now sitting by the window, listening to the conversation between the priest and the young man. She thought the latter was acting strangely, but was glad that she had gotten out of the building without any problems. Letitia thought that in her previous life the priests had been extremely impatient with her. As with other commoners, they had constantly harassed her, and finally the day had come when they had become very useful to her and had helped her to fulfill her difficult mission. The girl again saw the face of her evil and proud mother. Saint Iosophin was a narcissistic person. Although people did not know this and called her the greatest saint in all of history, she received a prophecy from a goddess who appears only once every 100 years. Then she became a saint, one of the youngest at only 15 years old. After her first prediction, irreparable and difficult events for the state occurred. It was obvious that this still young girl would gain universal fame in this way. But it was not that simple. The problem was precisely the content of this prediction, which threatened the lives of many people in their country. Then the girl said that the goddess had predicted to her that all the troubles in the country were due to the principality, because of which the empire had become very weak lately. The descendants of the evil dragons who were blocking their path were to blame for everything. Stepping onto the pulpit of the sacred temple, she declared that action was needed and that there was only one way to restore glory to the empire. The goddess, she said, had told her that the wings of the principality had to be torn out. Even before the woman made this prediction, the empire and the principalities existed peacefully with each other, and no disagreements ever arose between them. They never fought among themselves, and good neighborly relations were established between them, beneficial for both states, and in fact there have never been any direct conflicts on the border between these two countries. There have, however, been some minor misunderstandings and disagreements between them. But all this immediately changed dramatically after the prophecy given to the girl mother. Everything changed, and the empire decided that it must follow the words of the saint. As a result of all this, the dominant forces of the empire attacked the principality. They tried to destroy the principality and simply wipe it off the face of the earth without sparing the people who lived in it. At that moment, the principality found itself in a hopeless situation, since the forces were unequal. Countless people were wounded or killed. The same thing happened to the king's own brother. Julius was one of those people who suffered after the empire's attack and died on the battlefield. At that moment, Letitia thought that it would be even better if she could go back even further in time, and if it were 7 years ago. After all, if something like that happened, then she would try to save Julius too. She remembered their first meeting. It seemed like a long time ago. 7 years ago. Even as a girl, she felt hostility towards herself and her mother. Everyone around her began to treat her in the same way, and so she felt completely alone at the moment when she walked away from yet another punishment. She was dressed in simple clothes, which were usually worn by maids, and therefore probably mistaking her for a maid, the young man addressed her, calling her to him. She immediately turned back, at first not believing that they were addressing her. Perhaps this young man did not know who she was, and therefore called her a maid. After this, Julius, whom she had not yet met, asked the girl if she could show him the way, adding that it seemed he was lost. At the moment when she looked at the young man, her eyes were blurred with tears, and so she could not see him clearly. Everything was blurry, but she immediately noticed that the interlocutor had blonde hair and therefore thought that he was not from the empire. The next moment, the young man sat down next to the girl, put his hand to her forehead, and still calling the girl a maid, asked if everything was okay with her. At that moment, the girl finally understood that he called her a maid only because she wore the same uniform that was customary for all maids in the palace. All this was done for one reason only. Since her mother often beat the girl, she decided to hide the beatings with the help of maid's clothes. The girl wore a small maid's uniform after her corporal punishment. Letitia remembered that this young man, who was forever etched in her memory, had treated her kindly since her childhood. He immediately became agitated when he noticed that her forehead was burning. After this, the young man grabbed the maid, who he considered small, by the hand, and said that she needed to be taken urgently to the doctor so that he could examine her and help her. In response to this, the girl began to resist, trying to pull her hand away. She said that she was ready to go anywhere but not to the doctor. Looking imploringly into the eyes of her new acquaintance, she decided to tell him that if she went to the doctor, then she added that in that case, she would most likely die, and therefore there could be no talk of doctors. The young man, perplexed, asked her what, and then, after thinking a little, said why it was impossible to go to the doctors and what she meant. The girl told him that according to the saint, this should never be done. After these words, she suddenly began to tremble with her whole little body, wondering if she had said something unnecessary. Then, thinking that she would be punished again for saying something without thinking, the girl began to cry and ask the young man to let her go. After that, Letitia remembered how Julius sat for a long time by her bed, checking if everything was okay with her. At that moment, she felt very good, because it was the first time that at least someone began to care about her. But then, turning her gaze to the young man, she remembered that she met someone outside the palace before she lost consciousness. She tried to remember what had happened to her recently, and the last memory was of a conversation with some stranger. That time she told him that no doctors were allowed, otherwise she would really die. Remembering the doctors, the girl immediately jumped out of her bed, wondering if they had really brought her to a doctor. She didn't want anyone to even tell her what kind of place this was. The next moment, the young man approached the girl and said that she should not worry since he remembered her words well and did not take her to the doctor so she could relax. Looking more closely at the man's face, she thought that this was the same man she had met on the street. He told her that his name was Julius. The girl turned to him again and asked him what his name was. It seemed that this did not surprise him at all. Smiling, the young man repeated his name again. The girl was very surprised when he told her that she was the first person to call his name in the imperial manner. He laughed again and told her that here in the Empire everyone treated him worse than a mongrel, and then added that he came here from the principality. Looking at him, the girl thought that this was the first prince of the principality who had come here as a delegation, and she had also met him. Letitia immediately asked the prince for forgiveness for not recognizing him, and then added that she still didn't know much. The young man sat down by her bed and said that he was not a prince here and only said hello so the girl should calm down and not worry about anything. He told her that she had slept there for 2 days. Surprised by his words, the girl did not know what to say. She only thanked the young man for helping her. After that, Julius smiled at her again with his radiant smile and said that she spoke quite well for a sick person. Then he added that frankly, she looked very familiar to him. The girl remembered what the boy's eyes looked like. His blue eyes expressed only a weak desire. Looking at him, she could not ask who he was. She was afraid that his soul would leave if she still intended to do so. But Julius didn't seem to be afraid of anything. He looked at the girl and said that he had one question for her that he would like to get an answer to. The girl was simply stunned and frightened by this question. He asked who the person was who was doing this to her and made her like this. After this, she became even more frightened and decided to hide under the veil when the young man asked if this person was a saint. She suddenly realized that somehow the young man knew about everything and began to think about what she should do after all. If her mother found out that someone noticed, she would definitely get angry. Seeing the confusion and fear on the face and in the eyes of the young lady, the prince said that most likely his guess was correct, and therefore this truth was sacred. The girl looked at him and couldn't understand why this man was so angry for some reason right now, so she said that it wasn't like that, and it wasn't true. Her words made the young man even more angry. He immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly at the girl that she had been begging for the last 2 days. Her silent pleas did not stop asking for help and protection from the saint. Letitia was shocked by the prince's words that she was still so small there was nowhere to hit. She wondered why this man was so angry with her mother, and she didn't know what to do if he decided to say it to her face. Seeing that the girl was very scared, the young man immediately began to speak more quietly and asked her forgiveness for frightening her, and then added that he had not said all these things about her. At that moment, when he leaned towards her face again, the girl thought that if someone found out that the guest who had not even been to the Empire yet knew about this, something irreparable would happen. And so she began to cry quietly. No persuasion or attempts to calm her down worked. The girl only thought that her mother could easily kill her for such a misdeed. Clutching the sheet with her trembling hand, the girl, still crying, asked the young man to save her. Julius was simply amazed by her words and asked again if she really wanted him to save her, and then asked if she was talking to him now. It was the first meeting of the young man and the little girl. He began to ask her for forgiveness and talk about what unfortunately had flared up very much. Letitia had not forgotten over the years that she had been very afraid of the young man. At first, she had been afraid that he would spread rumors about her mother's violence, and so she had run as fast as she could when the young man shouted after her that they would see each other again today. The girl hid behind a column and began to think about his words of forgiveness about yesterday and about the fact that he usually never used such rude words. The young man still managed to find her, and looking out from behind the same column under which she was sitting, asked the girl why she was limping and whether that woman had beaten her again. The girl answered after thinking for a moment that it happened because she made a mistake, and in response the young man laughed and asked what kind of mistake it was, and what kind of mistake had to be made for her legs to become like this. Julius looked absolutely furious and did not hold back his emotions at all. He shouted that if he made his younger brother king, then everything would turn upside down here too. And while he was saying these loud words, the girl took advantage of his confusion and began to run as far away from this place as possible with all her might. Rhetorical questions followed her as to where she was running away and why she had decided to do it again. Hiding somewhere in the depths of the yard, the girl began to look around and thought that at some point and for some unknown reason, she suddenly began to feel comfortable next to Julius. She felt very good and pleasant with this man, with someone who could be angry, who treated her injuries and worried about her. She had fun and enjoyed spending time with this man. After all, it was with him that she felt much freer after the suffering that her mother's beatings brought her. He had always been very attentive and caring towards her, and now the girl remembered and thought that this was the first kindness she had received from someone in her life. Letitia also remembered that when she had been with Julius for about a month, he suddenly told her one unexpected thing. At that moment, he looked closely at the little girl's face, called her a maid again, and said that he had finished his business in the empire and asked if she would like to return with him to the principality. This unexpected proposal almost made the little girl drop the bun she was holding in her hands at that moment. Julius did not take his blue eyes off her and asked the girl again about what she had said, that her parents had died, and how about now living in the principality. The girl listened attentively to her interlocutor and could not tear herself away from him when the prince said that she would be very happy in the principality. And he says all this not out of loyalty to his country, it is simply a truly wonderful place. After this, the young man said that everything was just fine in his principality, but he believed the only downside was that their treasury was empty, but he would try to fix that too. The girl was surprised by the young man's words, that there were many people in the principality who would definitely take care of her. She couldn't believe her ears that she would actually go to the principality. As much as she would have liked to make this incredible journey, Letitia was forced to refuse and said that she could not agree because the saint would not allow her. After these words, Julius cursed and said that it was a real shame, but perhaps nothing could be done about it, and suggested meeting him a little later. When the young man told her that if she did arrive in the principality, she should try to find him right away, the girl wondered if he really thought that this day would ever come. The same thought haunted the girl at the moment when she went to bed. She was sure that this would never happen, but she still continued to dream of such a wonderful trip. She could already clearly imagine how Julius would greet her with a smile on his face, introduce her to his younger brother about whom he had talked so much. However, that day never came. That is why Letitia is now sad, realizing that her dreams were not destined to come true. That day never came, just like the day when the prince was supposed to return home. After his death, his remains were collected together and are still kept in a casket on the territory of the empire. 7 years ago, the girl's mother ordered the prince's death. His remains were tied to the wall at the city gate. After this, the prince's remains were burned and crushed into small pieces, and some of his bones were offered as a sacrifice to the goddess. Naturally, the deceased's brother could not come to terms with his loss and always wanted to bring his remains home, and noticed that he was tired of the countless number of the same answers to the same letters. The girl's mother also exclaimed that she was tired of these countless requests and did not want to endure it any longer. Then the woman added that the goddess had to cleanse the sinful remains. And was it really so difficult to understand that nothing could be changed? Having received further proof of the saint's reluctance, the prince loudly slammed his fist on the table and said that the Imperials wanted them to enslave their people. Not understanding what was being discussed, one of the knights immediately approached him, deciding to inquire what was contained in the letter he had received. Dietrich told him that this was a real ultimatum, and if they did not enslave the people of the principality, then the people of the empire would destroy the remains of his brother. Upon hearing this, the king's vassal immediately began to loudly protest and declared that this was too much and that they could not and should not do this under any circumstances. His master clutched his head in despair and said that it was true, but they still had to give an answer. This was far from the case when they had their own choice. In the end, there was nothing to be done. Dietrich was forced to agree and sacrifice the remains of his older brother to protect the people. When the response from the principality was sent to the capital of the empire, the remains of the dead prince were fed to monsters there. Letitia remembered that Dietrich never returned to the bedroom that night after that. This did not happen even when they did not have a normal marital relationship. The girl was very worried because he didn't come. She hoped that the prince was okay and decided that she had to find Dietrich. After a long search, she finally managed to do it. She found her husband in front of Julius's grave behind the palace. He sat down at his brother's grave and wept bitterly. The prince addressed him with words of begging for forgiveness. He screamed and cried, and the girl could not say a word, seeing how bitterly he mourned his brother. His sobs were very sincere. He bowed his head to his brother's grave and said that he was very ashamed and added that, unfortunately, he could not find any other solution. The girl did not dare to come closer to him. All she could do was watch from afar what was happening in the family pantheon. Now, at the wall of the house behind which the squabble between the priest and the king of the principality was taking place, the girl also bitterly mourned the deceased prince who once, 7 years ago, became the first person close to her in her life. She listened to the words that reached her ears from the open window and was surprised when they said that it was not worth saying that His Majesty had forgotten about the death of the former Prince Julius. At that moment, the girl was ready to exclaim questioningly that the priest immediately denied all these accusations and stated that the remaining bones of the prince still lay in the main temple. They were only able to be protected thanks to the efforts of the saint. The young man did not react to this in any way, and the priest added that he thought it would be worth feeding the king this piece in order to restore his feelings. The girl was ready to rush inside the building to calm down these idiots who were again bothering Dietrich with the remains of his older brother. She really wanted to punish these people now. She would like to burst into the room and give this impudent priest a resounding slap in the face. The girl began to stealthily peer at what was happening outside the window. Thinking about how Dietrich was enduring all this humiliation and bullying, she decided that she could not allow this to happen again. According to the priest, Julius's remains were in the central temple of the empire. The girl thought that it would not take much effort to get inside this place where his remains were. Without thinking twice, Letitia immediately set off. She was determined to do what she had planned immediately. She decided that she would definitely take them and return them to Dietrich. As the girl walked away, she did not see the priest pour a glass of wine on the head of King Dietrich. It seemed that their conversation was smoothly and surely turning into a real brawl. Pointing his finger at the young man's face, the priest shouted at him to shut up, then added that the Abraxa had never been used, and he would immediately report this to the saint. The king said nothing in reply. He watched as the priests turned and left the room. At the last moment, the eldest of them shouted that His Majesty would greatly regret what he had done. The vassals of Dietrich watched this scene in silence. They did not know what to do because they had just seen His Majesty, whose honor they wanted to protect, humiliated before their eyes. At that moment, when the young people finally made a decision and blocked the priest's path, not letting him out of the room, he loudly asked them what they were up to here. The king nevertheless decided that he needed to correct the situation. He overcame himself, and despite his pride, bowed to the priest and said that he was asking for his permission to meet with the saint. Without raising his head, the young man said that he would speak to the woman alone and apologize for his behavior. Then he added that he was ready to do absolutely anything she wanted. After the priests had already left, Dietrich sat down by the sick boy's bed and continued to think about what had happened that day. He could not decide how to make the saint change her mind and agree with everything. The most important thing was to find a way out of the crisis. Eno continued to lie unconscious. All the troubles were nothing compared to the health and life of this boy who, due to the fault of the king, found himself in a difficult situation. Deitrian thought that there was only one way out. It was necessary to meet the saint and talk to her. Perhaps she could heed his persuasion and have mercy on them. They had to meet her face to face and come to an agreement. If she hated their principality, and the 8 of them, those with the blood of the dragon in their veins, had to show their rival what he wanted to see. The young man thought that he would bow to this woman hundreds and thousands of times, would beg for forgiveness in the most pitiful manner, just as she seemed to want it. He had no choice but to do it. He again turned his gaze to the face of the sick and suffering boy, and thought that if he did everything that this evil woman wanted, perhaps in that case she would agree to save Enoch. He remembered what the priest had told him the last time they met. He asked the king again if he would do anything. His face at that moment wore the most malicious grin he could muster. King Deitrian did not forget the priest's words that in that case he could not give him the remains of his elder brother. These words literally drove the young man into a stupor. In response to this proposal, the king clenched his trembling hands into fists and seemed ready to start a fight. Looking at him, the priest grinned again and, smiling, remarked that he had assumed so, and the young man could not give him even a pile of bones. Then he said that sooner or later he would have to bury the sick young man too. Remembering all this, the young man again mentally turned to his dead older brother and said that unfortunately he was completely powerless in this situation. Then he thought that if his brother were alive, he would most likely have acted in the same way. Remembering for a moment the face of his smiling brother, the king thought that he was very generous since he sacrificed himself to save his younger brother, and now he had to give up the bones of a dead man to save a living one. After some thought, King Deitrian was forced to agree to the priest's proposal and replied that he agreed to give up his brother's bones, but said that he had one more request. At the moment when he was about to voice his request, there was some noise and a couple of people began to make their way through the crowd of knights demanding that they step away, saying that they urgently needed to go to His Majesty. Deitrian immediately fell silent, and the priest, not understanding, turned his head to the side when those who had come began to loudly call His Majesty to them. The priest was not going to tolerate such impudence. He shouted loudly, looked at those who entered with a terrifying look, called them names to their faces and asked how he dared to interrupt when the priest was relaying the words of the saint. The knight who ran into the room immediately fell on his knees before his king and said that he had wonderful news, and then told him that Enoch had just come to his senses. Deitrian could not believe his ears. He no longer hoped that something like this could happen, since, in the opinion of everyone around him, the young man was on the verge of death, and nothing could help him. Upon hearing this joyful news, all the knights and retinue of the king immediately began to rejoice loudly, saying that this was good news, and that they must now go to him, and that Banessa must go there first. When they came to see how the sick man was doing, they immediately noticed that the young man was already feeling much better. He immediately asked the king not to worry, and added that he was now fine. His master still did not believe these words, and decided to personally verify this by placing his hand on the young man's forehead. He thought that the temperature and pulse were normal, and everything looked as if the boy was not sick. Eno told His Majesty that this had not happened by chance. While he was lying in this bed, someone had brought him an antidote, to which the king immediately asked what kind of antidote it was, and who had brought it. The young man told him that it was some unknown girl. She was wearing a light cape with a hood, and on the sleeves there was a pattern in the form of a grapevine. The knight standing behind the king said that he had already seen similar clothing here, and similar patterns were on the sleeves of the priests who served the saint in the temple. And hearing about this, the king wondered if it was possible that a priest of the temple would decide to help them. Deitrian frowned and began to think that this hardly seemed true. For the priests, the will of Iosefina was equal to the will of the goddess. It was unlikely that a priest would disobey her. A young man present at their conversation said that Enoch said he saw the back of the Savior. She had fair hair, which is quite rare in the empire. Hearing about the light hair, the young man thought even more, and the thought came to his mind that this was the blonde that His Majesty was looking for. Perhaps the girl they were looking for had already grown up, and was this mysterious stranger. Deitrian began to wonder if the maid could have helped them. He didn't really want to go too deep into finding her. Yes, he had given the order, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He never forgot what he had read in his brother's letters. 7 years ago, he had helped a little maid who could not bear the constant bullying here. Her brother had written that she had had a hard life. He remembered reading in one of his brother's letters that the maid would be 12 this year. She was young, but she thought like an adult, and he noticed that the boy was very similar to her. Julius also wrote that, thanks to this girl, he realized that Iosifina is a real devil in the guise of a saint. Despite her position, she mocks a 12-year-old girl, never understood this and did not want to understand. The elder brother also wrote in his letter that he would really like to bring the girl to their principality. She is sweet and friendly, so she would be able to get along with everyone. The lines of this letter were forever etched in the young man's memory, and now he remembered that his brother had written that he hoped he would like the girl. At that moment he even thought that it seemed his brother had traded him for this girl, and for a moment it seemed to him that they were already close. Dietrich did not forget that, having read these lines to the end, he laughed and then began to write that he would really like to see how charming she was, because according to his brother, the girl whom he did not even know by sight was a consolation for him. Unfortunately, the young man never received a response to this letter. He did not wait for the next letter from his brother because the prince was executed for blasphemy. He and his mother were informed of this by the priests who arrived in the principality. He could never forget the feelings he experienced when he heard this news. He could not believe that his brother had died for him, had sacrificed his life, and thought that all this had happened only because of him. Now he understood much more about what had happened in the distant past. When he corresponded with his brother and read his messages, he could not even imagine that his brother was preparing for death. And so he wrote him letters with joy. The scar of the events from the past was deeply imprinted in the young man's heart. Suddenly the thought came to him that if that little maid was still here, maybe this was her way of repaying his help. The king nervously grabbed the blanket at the edge of the bed and thought that it was unlikely that such a thing could happen, and it was too good to be true. After this, the young man again briefly immersed himself in his thoughts and decided that what if it really could have been that same little girl who had now grown up and thus decided to help them. His thoughts were interrupted by a young man who turned to His Majesty and informed him that the person he was looking for had a bracelet, and asked if his elder brother had told him anything about the bracelet. Enoch began to recall what he remembered from his meeting with this stranger and said that he noticed a bracelet on her hand. Then he added that this decoration was made of silver, and in the center there was some kind of black, precious stone. The young man asked for paper and something to draw with, and he drew something like a bracelet on the sheet, saying that it was very similar to the thing that was on the girl's hand. When the king looked at this drawing, he immediately became happy and said that it was just excellent and that it was a very valuable piece of evidence. And although Dietrich said after that it would hardly help them that this stranger was wearing a bracelet, the young man standing behind him said that it would at least be able to narrow down their search and chances of winning. The detection of the stranger would increase a little. After this, the same knight told the young man, who was surprised by his words, that in any case he was glad that he was healthy, and if it were not for this mysterious savior, they would have had a hard time, and he was sure that now they would not destroy him. At this time, in the house where the delegation was located, heated debates were heard about what would have happened if they had nevertheless agreed to the orders of the saint and the priests, and the young man had agreed to take the medicine. One of the particularly aggressive knights shouted that this must be what this insidious woman's plan was, and asked about those around her what was wrong with her that she could not calm down. King Dietrich listened silently to his men, as he himself had come to a certain conclusion that the saint simply wanted to turn all the people of the principality against her daughter and the imperials against the delegation. Looking at the young man, he thought that the saint's plan had suddenly failed, since Enoch remained alive, and he suddenly thought what would happen if the saint learned about the Savior, and suddenly she began to look for him. The young man decided that this evil woman would never calm down after her unsuccessful attempt, and in his opinion, she would find the young girl at any cost. Dietrich thought that in this case, the events of 7 years ago could repeat themselves, and this poor girl would repeat the fate of his murdered brother. Already leaving the room where the other knights remained, the king thought that the girl would suffer just like his brother. Someone tried to protect him again, and he did not want that person to die. He left the building with only one purpose because he decided that he absolutely had to see the saint right now. When he rushed to look for her, he was informed that their lady had gone to the central temple. Upon hearing this news, the young man immediately began to wonder why the saint needed to go to the temple now. He said that he urgently needed to talk to her and asked where he should go to see the saint. The priest suddenly decided that their conversation was over, turned around abruptly, but still walking towards the front door said that if he wanted to meet the saint, he needed to go to the central temple. Hearing this, the young man who was walking with one of his knights thought that of course, where would she be now? And most likely she had already heard about everything that had happened. Then he thought that it was hard to imagine if the saint would even touch this girl. He decided that there was only one way to check what was happening to the saint, and whether she had found out about the mysterious savior. He had to go to the central temple. Meanwhile, another person was also trying to get into the central temple, and he did it as unnoticed as possible, hiding from the eyes of strangers. Letitia walked towards the entrance to the central temple, constantly looking around furtively to make sure that her presence here would remain unnoticed. Arriving at her destination, she sighed with relief that she had made it to the central temple and watched as a priest told a married couple that the goddess was blessing them. The woman kneeling before the priest said that she was praying for the healing of her husband, and then began to thank the man and took out a bag of ringing coins from her cloak and declared that she wanted to give it to the goddess. Seeing her fleeting movement and hearing the jingle of coins, the priest immediately smiled broadly at the woman and said that the goddess would be happy. Seeing the woman put the money bag into the wooden box, the girl thought they were collecting offerings, as if there was nothing valuable in them. She had long known that these priests were filled with greed. The girl looked at the scene unfolding before her with disdain in her eyes, as the priest announced to those who had come that the blessing was over and they should leave. Letitia needed these people to get away from here somewhere. She couldn't wait for her path to the temple entrance to be clear. She thought that it was not worthwhile to just stand there and wait. The girl decided that she should roll up her sleeves. This outfit was worn by prominent priests. The temple servants should not suspect her. That's exactly what happened. As soon as the girl entered the temple, one of the priests immediately rushed to her and asked if she had arrived from the sanctuary. The girl was immediately glad that her idea had been successful. As if nothing had happened, Letitia lied to the man and confirmed his guess that she had come from the sanctuary. Hearing that such an important visitor had arrived at their temple, the man bowed low to his interlocutor and asked her why such an important person was visiting such a miserable place. On the way to the temple, the girl had prepared an answer if such a question were suddenly asked. She said that she had come here only because she wanted to confess and clear her mind, to which the priest replied that there was a confessional room in the sanctuary. Letitia decided that this conversation was a bit long but still answered that she knew about it, but she heard that this temple was the best in the capital, and then smirking asked the priest if this was not true. Hearing this, the priest immediately smiled and said that since such a dear guest had come to them, he himself would accompany her, and asked if she was looking for any specific place. Letitia knew where she had to go and told the man that she was looking for the purification room. The purification chamber was a special room inside the temple, unlike anything else. It contained the remains of those who had sinned against the goddess. It also contained the remains of Julius, who had been executed for blasphemy. It seemed that the priest was both surprised and frightened by the words about wanting to visit the purification room. He asked the girl again if she really needed to go there. When he asked the visitor if she really needed to go into the purification room and stated that she needed permission, the girl replied that she had not actually received it. But then she opened the chest of jewels she had taken with her in advance in front of the priest and asked him if she could at least visit this room for a short time. The man's mouth instantly broke into a wide grin at the sight of the glittering jewels. He said he shouldn't accept such a thing, but since she was chosen by a saint, perhaps he would make a small exception. Letitia was delighted by the words of this man who, taking the box of jewels from her hands, said that now he simply had to fulfill her wish. Smiling the widest smile he could muster, the man told his guest to follow him and promised that she could spend as much time in the room as she wished. When their journey was over, the man stayed behind the girl and said that they had come to the purification room. The girl immediately froze as if she was a little scared. Entering the room, she immediately thought that this seemed to be too grand a name for such a shabby room. The belongings of all the sinners were piled up in a huge pile, and she suddenly thought about how many innocents had died at the hands of her cruel mother. At the moment when Letitia moved towards the room, the priest called out to her and told her to come out here after prayer, and he would wait for her here. As soon as the girl heard about this, she immediately thanked the priest and quickly rushed to search for the remains. She knew that she needed to find the black wooden box, and she had to do it before the priest arrived. There were a lot of different things in this room, and the search could take quite a long time. The girl found some kind of crown, a broken sword, but all this was completely wrong. After she turned over what seemed to be all of this junk, a black box appeared before her eyes. The girl hoped that this was exactly what she was looking for. She took the box in her hands to make sure it was the right thing, and immediately thanked God for his help. Indeed, it was the remains of Prince Julius. Looking at the thing in her hands, the girl involuntarily smiled and said that it had been a long time since we had seen each other, Your Highness, and then added that he would definitely return to his home soon. The girl pulled out of her pocket one of the things she had taken from the relics warehouse. She placed it on the cushion in the place where the casket had been, since it was a mirror, and if it was placed in the place of the casket and certain words were said, it would begin to act. She knew perfectly well that the relic she had taken from the warehouse created illusions at the will of its owner. Her mother was not interested in relics, and in the girl's opinion, she could deceive her for some time, and it needed to be well hidden. Leaving the room with the box under her arm, the girl began to wonder where the priest had gone. He had promised her that he would wait, and now it was unclear where he had gone. Although the girl was glad about this, it also worried her. On her way out of the central temple, Letitia kept thinking that she was having a very lucky day today, and that it seemed that the saint had blessed her. Walking a little further, she noticed the guards of the central temple who were talking to each other about something, and when one of them asked what happened to the saint and why she decided to visit their temple on an ordinary day like today, looking in the direction the two guards were looking, the girl suddenly saw her mother sitting on an open carriage. She couldn't understand why she was here because today was not a holiday, and did saving Enoch change the future? But Letitia decided that it was completely unimportant and that she shouldn't worry about it. What was worse was that if the remains in her hands were noticed, it would be worse than anything else. Her mother could easily get rid of them in front of Dietrich. The girl was worried by the thought that the temple had only one entrance, and no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to leave unnoticed. She immediately rushed to run somewhere into the depths of the building to hide the remains until she met her mother. She ran for a long time, not paying attention to where exactly she was going, and when she stopped, she began to look around in bewilderment, not understanding where she had wandered to. To her amazement, Letitia realized that her escape had been completely rash. She found herself in an empty hallway with nowhere to hide the remains, and if her mother caught her at this moment, it would all be over. She understood that there was no way she could go back, and all she could do was pray for her salvation and help. That was what she decided to do now, folding her hands in prayer. It was at the moment of prayer that something very strongly distracted her, just as when she was in the warehouse, and the girl noticed a strange and strong glow emanating somewhere from behind her. After that, she thought that some real devilry was happening because the box in her hand began to lose its shape, as if dissolving into thin air, and the girl decided that the remains were disappearing. Taking a closer look at what was happening next to her, Letitia realized that this was not so. The remains of the murdered prince did not disappear at all, but stopped with light and flowed away somewhere. This light went into her pocket. The girl decided to check it out and looked into her pocket, wanting to make sure what it was, and remembered that she had taken this thing from the relic warehouse. At one point, the girl was literally dumbfounded when someone addressed her from behind, called her by name. She would never have confused that voice with anything, with anyone else. It had been familiar to her since childhood. The girl turned around in fear and was amazed to see behind her an angry woman who, with her arms folded across her chest, was not taking her eyes off her daughter. The saint called her daughter a wretch and asked her what she was doing there, and also asked if she had not told her not to leave the room until she was called. Letitia was unable to utter a single word in response. The only saint of the imperial city was now asking where she had been, and the girl did not dare even open her mouth in front of her. What struck the girl even more was that the saint did not punish her. She wondered if that elixir had really helped her. It seems that the mother was not in the same mood as all the previous times when she thought that the girl had done something wrong to her and simply called her scum. Looking closely at her mother's hand, the girl noticed with surprise that however her mother's elixir was also in place, she did not understand what had happened. And if there were two elixirs, then was it possible that there were also two chosen ones of the goddess? The girl did not console herself for long with the thought that this time everything would be different from before. The mother swung her hand with all her might and hit her hard on the cheek, asking the girl how she dared to disobey her order. Letitia couldn't say anything to her because another strong blow immediately fell upon her, and it seemed to her that the earth suddenly began to slip out from under her feet. She still managed to stand on her hands and now touched her cheek with her hand, and the woman who hit her called her a crazy piece of shit. She moved closer to her daughter again and began to hit her in the face while the woman reminded her daughter that all that was required of her was to obey her, but it seemed that she was not even capable of that. Letitia caught the moment when the blows stopped raining down on her head, and turning to her mother said that she asked her forgiveness for her misdeed. The saint was still furious. She dealt the last powerful blow which left the girl on the floor and asking again if she was really asking for forgiveness, and it was better not to do something for which she would have to apologize. When the girl was already lying on the stone floor, she looked at her hand for the last time, and losing consciousness thought that she needed to hide her bracelet. Looking at this thing, she thought that if this was really an elixir, then perhaps thanks to it, she could help Dietrich and hope that everything would be fine. She asked the Lord that everything would not end here and now. Standing over her daughter's fallen body, the saint said how it infuriated her that people who should be dead were still alive, and the useless priests hadn't been able to dispose of it properly. She wondered how that had happened. She asked the priest who was bowing before her again how it was possible that the boy had survived. They didn't have the medicine, otherwise they wouldn't have asked the saint for it. And what the hell was going on? Even if they hadn't been able to use the poison properly. The cruel, angry woman called her priest charges a bunch of useless idiots and said she couldn't let things go on like that. She screamed loudly and furiously that an immediate investigation must be carried out and that the culprit for the fact that her plan remained unfulfilled must be found right away. Lying on the stone floor of the temple, the girl realized that her mother had come to this place to punish those involved, but she thanked God that she herself remained beyond her suspicions. Looking at the woman's face as she watched her, Letitia realized that she herself was just trash to her mother, some small insect that she could trample on at any moment. Through the haze that clouded her vision, the girl heard the saint say that she hoped the girl did not think that she could avoid marriage, but she did not care because in the end, saving Eno had already changed the future. The next moment, one of the guards guarding the central temple approached them and addressed the saint. The woman turned her head sharply towards him and asked what he wanted from her. When the soldier replied that a man had arrived who wanted to see the saint, the woman turned sharply to him and screamed at him for interrupting her over such nonsense and told him to sort it all out himself. Turning her head, Josephine said that she was surrounded by absolute idiots everywhere and was being pursued by annoying little people from whom she could not hide anywhere. The woman said she had no time to do this now but needed to teach her daughter a lesson. She told the guard to bring her a whip. After this, she leaned over the girl who was lying down and said that it would be bad if the wounds were noticed at the wedding. So after that, a doctor should be sent to her. Looking into her daughter's eyes, she addressed her by name and said that she should live quietly like a mouse. After the punishment that her mother carried out with her own hand, the girl felt ill and finally lost consciousness after her body was beaten with a heavy whip. Looking at the result of her work, the saint smiled smugly and said that it was just great and now she could do other things. The next moment, the woman's face immediately changed its expression. She noticed that someone else had appeared in the room, someone whom she immediately covered her eyes with. The woman became wary and turned her head to the side. To her great surprise, the one who could not possibly have come here, and who was the last thing she thought of, appeared in the central temple. King Dietrich stood before her and looked at her attentively. The woman turned her head back to ask what had made the young man come here, and he in turn could not understand what kind of strange scene was unfolding before him. He kept his gaze fixed on the girl lying on the floor. He remembered well how the young man had said that he had seen the Savior's back, and now it seemed to him that the girl lying on the ground fit that description very well. And indeed, she was wearing a light-colored cape, and moreover the pattern was exactly as the young man had described. On the sleeves was a decoration in the form of a grapevine. She also had unusually light hair for a resident of the Empire. After this, the young man's gaze stopped on the hand of the unconscious girl, and it seemed to him that there was the very bracelet drawn by Enoch, and this meant that this girl was the Savior. He remembered that sitting at the sick man's bedside, the latter told him that, in his opinion, he was helped because of the king's elder brother Julius. The young man remembered well that before she left, the girl had spoken specifically about him. With her hands folded at the sick man's bedside in prayer, the girl promised that this time she would protect them, protect their principality, protect everyone. And now this girl was lying on the stone floor with bruised cheeks and body unconscious and showing no signs of life. People were saying that Prince Julius had sacrificed himself. The fact that Detrian was still alive was all thanks to Julius. He had dedicated his entire life to protecting his brother. Listening to all these conversations that simply enveloped their palace, the boy always really wanted to go to his brother's body and curse. He did not want life at such a price, and wondered why he himself did not die instead of his brother. And now, standing and looking into the face of the man who had taken everything from him, the young man thought about how unfair fate could be. Under different circumstances, he would have been ready to kill this woman. Looking at the girl lying next to her, he thought that, as before, someone was trying to protect him again. Once again, there was a person who cared about him and helped save the life of the poor young man. At the same time, other events were taking place in the capital of the Empire, in the sanctuary that held the most important secrets and the most powerful force of the Empire everyone was looking for. Mrs. Noel. The girl whom the priests were sent to search for was busy hiding behind one of the columns and turning her head in all directions, trying to remain unnoticed by anyone. Peering out from behind a column, she overheard a conversation between two priests, one of whom said that for some reason he felt uncomfortable there, and then added that he didn't know what was going on, but they needed to hurry since there were a lot of people and it was unclear what to do. The girl heard one of them say her name, Noel Armos. She was one of the 9 wings of the saint, the strongholds on which her power rested. Many years ago, the goddess who created the world left people. At the moment when she left the earth, she placed her soul in black stones, which she left for the priests. These stones were framed in gold and given to 9 faithful priests of the saint. The goddess said that her dear children were now the owners of these stones and thus transferred her power to the priests. The goddess announced to these people that now the 9 chosen ones will become very strong and will live forever. After death, they will be reborn to protect her chosen one. The goddess commanded that the people of the empire live in peace. Years passed, and the bodies of the Swedes grew old, but their souls did not die. Reborn again and again, they found the chosen one of the goddess. The chosen one of the goddess was the most powerful pillar on which the empire itself rests. People called the priests who possessed incredible strength 9 wings, and these priests served the saint not of their own free will. Serving the woman chosen by the goddess was simply an instinct for them, and whenever they saw her, their hearts were filled with love regardless of their desire. For each of the wings, following the will of the chosen one of the goddess is the only path to happiness. They are dependent on service. But the daughter of the saint was completely different, and Noel was not like that. The girl analyzed her difference from the other wings with bewilderment. Every wing of the goddess feels love for the saint, but for some reason she feels nothing, and thought what an abomination this is. Noel couldn't understand why it was that the 9th wing of the empire had it so different. Sometimes it made her feel inferior. The girl who became the 9th wing of the empire, Noel Armos, has a secret. She once lived in the slums, and when her parents died, she and her sick brother were left all alone. The 2 children were barely making ends meet, and then the power of wings awakened, and the girl suddenly noticed that she could possess incredible strength and agility. The moment she was able to sense and use the powerful force given to her by the goddess, the girl's life turned 180 degrees. Now she was no longer a helpless child who was almost sold. Noelle couldn't believe her eyes when she used water to defeat a man much larger than her for the first time. At that moment she gained immense power and could ever since make it rain with a small snap of her finger. It was not difficult for her to create water fountains on level ground. And thanks to her, the residents of the slums suffering from droughts were able to live more comfortably and fully. The moment she used her mighty power bestowed upon her by the heavens, all the slum dwellers rushed to dance in the rain and loudly shouted her name, Noelle. They threw the girl high into the air in their arms, and for the first time it was the common people from the slums who called the girl the Wing of the Empire. At first the girl could not believe that this had happened to her. She thanked the goddess all the time and promised that she would always serve her. When she first appeared before the saint, she found it very exciting. She was ready to serve the goddess and she was eager to obey. But at that moment when the girl raised her head up and looked at the saint standing in front of her, something incredible and inexplicable happened. It seemed to her that the woman appeared to her as a real devil. Her dreams immediately shattered into pieces. The face praised by everyone looked less demonic, and the smell fragrant in the opinion of others reminded Noelle only of rot. The girl did not take her eyes off the saint, and felt completely broken. It was strange that she was not drawn to this woman, and it seemed to her that she was her enemy. From then on, life in the sanctuary became a living hell for the girl, or even worse, she was forced to hide her feelings and it was very difficult for her to live among the other wings. Noelle remembered the moment when she received news of the arrival of the delegation from the principality. She heard two young men talking about a young knight dying, and heard them talking about how the saint had given such a valuable antidote to some scum from the principality, and declared that the saint was simply inimitable. The same young man laughed loudly and said that it seemed that there was no poison or antidote that could resist Abrax hearing this word. The girl immediately became wary. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to give Abrax to a child. It was clear even to her that this shouldn't be done, and in this way, the saint was definitely trying to kill him. Noelle remembered how even before she became a wing, the hardest thing was finding medicine for her brother. He needed a very powerful medicine, but because of the prohibitive cost, she couldn't even dream of such a thing. The girl thought that the sick knight and his brother were most likely the same age, and if no one helped this young man in time, something irreparable would happen. She decided that she had to save him. At that moment, the ninth wing of the Empire decided to act. The delegation could not, in their opinion, refuse Abrax, and the boy would die without the medicine if they did not run as fast as they could, and perhaps it was not too late to find a neutralizing agent, Abraxa. Finally, having reached a certain place, the girl was forced to stop and hide. She thought that she would not be able to simply slip through, but at the same time she could not just stand and wait, because the boy was on the verge of death. Noelle decided that she had no choice but to simply use her divine power. She decided that she would raise this place into the air and began to use her powerful power to do so. The girl thought that now was not the time to think about the consequences that using magic could have for her. She decided that she would think about it later, but now she needed to hurry and get the medicine for the boy. She suddenly felt how her hand, which had already begun to create a fountain of water, was grabbed by someone's strong palm, and the girl was simply afraid that she would be grabbed now. But there was no time to be scared either, so she turned around and loudly asked, "What the hell?" Her hand was held by a young man dressed in the same clothes as hers. He also belonged to the wings of the Empire, and the girl could not understand why he had to be here at this moment. This young man was the third wing of the saint and Noelle's lover. He supported the girl in everything. In addition, he knew about her secret. She remembered that upon arriving in the capital and after meeting the saint, she did not dare to reveal her secret to anyone, but after she became close to this young man one evening, she decided to tell him everything frankly. Sitting on the rocks at the entrance to the sanctuary, she said that she did not think I was the real wing. Then she added that it should not be so since she was not faithful to the saint. The young man listened silently to all her revelations about how it would be better for her to die and make room for someone else who would become the wing of the Empire. After he let the girl speak her mind completely, the young man said that there was no need to worry and explained to her that she was just lagging a little behind the other wings, and then asked that if she left here, how would he be able to live without her? Noelle had to believe his words and requests that she rely on him. She simply had no other choice after she realized that she could not part with the young man so easily. She took the hand the young man offered her, pressed her head to his chest, and asked him to hide her secret. No matter how difficult it was, he continued to support her. But now it seemed a completely different moment had come. He certainly could not do this because of his loyalty to the saint. The time had come to act against the will of this woman, and it was unknown how her lover would react to this. After he grabbed her hand, the young man asked his friend why she was there, and asked if she wanted to cure a member of the delegation. He began to scold his beloved and reminded her that he had already told her 1,000 times that the saint had been very irritable lately, and therefore the girl should remain especially vigilant and not do any stupid things or mistakes. The girl immediately shouted out that she knew all this perfectly well since she was her wing and was obliged to obey her in everything, and then asked her interlocutor if he really wanted to stand silently and watch as innocent people died. The girl remembered her first meeting with the saint. She had made such a heavy impression on her that she was still under her influence and could not understand why other people did not notice what she had seen in this cruel woman the first time. She reminded the young man that every time she was in front of Josefina, she felt nothing. She felt that she was her enemy, and every communication with her was very painful, to the point that she wanted to finish her off. When the young man called her and asked her to be quiet, Noel suddenly realized that she seemed to have said something unnecessary. She thought, damn, wasn't that too loud? The young man reminded her that she knew there were many extra ears in the sanctuary. By doing so, the girl was taking a great risk and making him worry, to which Noel replied that she was asking for his forgiveness because she had gotten carried away. The young man told her that she must not be caught under any circumstances, and that if anyone found out about her intentions, it would be very difficult. The girl replied that she knew that in that case they would kill her immediately. It was faster to kill and replace her than to wait for her loyalty. The young man thought for a moment and gloomily informed her that if the saint gave such an order, he would not be able to disobey because he was one of her wings. His interlocutor fell silent and began to think. At such moments she understood that she could do nothing and she simply wanted to burst into tears. In her opinion, they were doomed since the struggle with instincts is no less torment and holy disobedience is punishable. She was ready to do anything, and this young man too, for her and his safety. He asked her not to get into trouble and to indulge the whims of the saint without question. The girl looked closely at her lover's face when he said that it was very good that he managed to stop her, because otherwise the consequences could have been irreversible, and he would never have been able to meet her again. Turning his head slightly to the side, the young man informed her that the boy she had rushed to help had survived after all. Noel immediately exhaled happily and asked him again if he was sure about this, to which the young man nodded his head affirmatively. After this, as soon as the young man said that since everything had already ended well, he would like the girl to listen to his request, the girl happily said that of course he could speak. He said that until the marriage of the saint's daughter took place, she would have to guard the palace. Noel looked at him in surprise and asked again if she would really have to guard the palace all this time. Her interlocutor replied that this was indeed the case and then reminded them that this was their responsibility. He also told the girl that in addition to guarding the palace she might meet someone inside. She would inevitably run into Letitia, the mad daughter of the saint. The young man said that he should have done it himself, but after thinking for a moment he recommended his interlocutor. When the girl asked him in dismay why he had done this, he replied that if she could complete this task, the saint would never suspect her of anything. During their last meeting, Josephine told the young man not to take his eyes off Letitia until the delegation left the empire, and then clutching her head said that this wedding was giving her so much trouble. The young man listened silently to his mistress, who told him that she had given him permission to use any force if any need arose. Noel was shocked by this news. The girl had never met the daughter of a saint before, but for her, the many rumors that circulated about her misdeeds were enough, and if these rumors were true, then she was ready to deal with her without regret. As a farewell, the young man kissed his beloved on the forehead and told her to show the true power of her wings, to which the girl replied that there was no need to worry about it, and she would not let him down. At the moment of parting with the young man, all the girl's thoughts were occupied only with the upcoming task, and if she could cope with it, then she should definitely feel better. At the same time, the saint turned towards the young man, bowing before her, and addressed him, calling him King Dietrien, and he replied that he greeted the saint of the great empire. The woman looked attentively into the coal-black eyes of the man leaning over in front of her, and understood that he was not at all indifferent to her and to the scene that opened up before his eyes. Moreover, looking at this man, the woman suddenly felt very bad. At that very moment, the memories that she really wanted to erase from her memory forever immediately returned to her. She remembered how something incredibly terrible had come to her, something that had frightened her with its very essence. A worthless scum blinded by greed had broken the ban again, and this monster had asked her if she really thought she could cheat fate. The saint remembered the moment when this creature suddenly appeared before her and addressed her with terrible words. It seemed to her as if she found herself under suffocating pressure. But this creature not only communicated with her, it also decided to punish the saint. It could crush her like insects, it only had to stretch out its black hand. At the same time, it got into her head and said that the suffering of his descendants would return to her 100-fold. The black monster looked darkly into her eyes, and the woman felt it inside her. Then it whispered that this was the last warning, and if something like this happened, she would be in trouble. Looking at the young man standing in front of her, she seemed to see the silhouette of this monster behind him, who whispered to her that he would send the woman to the next world even if he himself perished. And it seems that at that moment the woman really saw this monster behind the king. At some point the saint mentally ordered herself to calm down. She grabbed her trembling hand with her palm and told herself to calm down, because this was not a dragon but just a powerless, worthless person. Looking at Dietrien, the saint told herself that despite all the efforts of the damned dragon, all his descendants would still die and he would not be able to do anything about it. The woman had only one thing in mind. All her actions were aimed at making this pathetic dragon race disappear from the face of the earth. It was for this purpose that she had planned this wedding, because she believed that Letitia would finish him off. Josephine finally calmed down. She calmly asked the young man what the reason was for his coming to her without warning. Unexpectedly for the woman, the answer was that the king had come to her with the purpose of apologizing to her. When the saint asked him what he was apologizing for, he replied that she most likely already knew that Enoch had woken up and that his illness was not as terrible as he had assumed. All the emotions that were dormant inside this woman immediately showed on her face. She thought with bewilderment and anger about how this illness of his could not be so terrible. She became even more angry when the king said that he was very sorry for disturbing her in vain, but thanks to her, Eno recovered faster. The woman thought that she should have found a more effective poison, and immediately remembered the priests who told her that they had dealt with everything. At that moment, she was ready to tear these priests who had failed to cope with such a simple task into pieces, but her thoughts were interrupted by the king, who asked who this girl was lying at her feet and what had happened to her. As if nothing had happened, turning her head back, the saint said that she was simply punishing this girl, and added that because of this dunce, Eno could really have died since she bribed the doctor and wanted to use poison. She did this on the eve of a dynastic marriage. The king, of course, did not believe a single word of this treacherous woman. He did not care that she said that she was terribly ashamed of the girl, and therefore she did not want His Majesty to see the girl's face, and add that he had the right to choose the punishment. Josephine smiled mysteriously and told the king that he could choose the most severe punishment for this girl and even kill her, to which he replied that it was not worth it. Dietrien turned aside and told his interlocutor that with her permission, he was ready to take this criminal to his principality and punish her later. He added that he could not allow the hands of the saint to be defiled because of insignificant sinners. Hearing this, the woman immediately began to scream loudly. She understood that this absolutely must not happen. The king must not know that this was his potential wife. At that moment, when the young man was already bending over the lying girl, the saint loudly addressed him and said that if the boy had already recovered and was fine, was it necessary to punish this girl? When the young man turned to her and asked what her words meant, Josephine replied that she thought that it was not worth doing anything like that before the holiday, and besides, in fact, she really loved this guilty girl. Dietrien could not understand what had just happened. He tried to understand what the saint's words meant, that although the girl had done something wrong, she was asking for forgiveness. He wondered what kind of girl this was and what kind of relationship she had with the saint. The next moment, the woman turned her head and began to scream loudly, calling on the guard to immediately call the priest. And while he was busy carrying out her order, Josephine glanced at the king, wondering if he had managed to see the girl's face. She understood that she did not need urgent treatment, but there was simply no other way out. After this, the woman decided to use her powerful strength granted to her by the goddess and touched the back of the head of the girl lying on the floor with her hand in order to immobilize her. While the visiting priest was examining the girl's body, the prince was troubled by the thought of why the saint had suddenly changed her mind so abruptly. Leaning over the girl, heard the girl cough and hastened to inform his mistress that she had already begun to come to her senses, to which the woman replied that in that case the girl should return to the palace. Hearing the word palace, the young king immediately became very worried about the fate of the girl. He immediately turned to the saint and asked if he could ask her for something. When Dietrich tried to approach the girl to get a better look at her, the guard immediately ordered him to move away. Despite this man's warning, the king still managed to notice the girl's hand on which a bracelet began to shine. Looking at this girl, the prince realized that perhaps she was the stranger who visited the sick knight. He would very much like to talk to her since he had accumulated a lot of questions for her. Looking at this girl who was held on the guard's shoulder, the young man could not calm down and thought, is it really true that it was she who saved Enoch? He would really like to know her name and thank her for her mercy. As the soldier carried away the girl's body, the king thought that he was completely powerless to help her now. He couldn't even watch her suffer at that moment. The young man's face looked absolutely terrible. He was tormented by conflicting thoughts, but in the end he came to the conclusion that he had to wait for the right moment, and then he would find her. And the saint would not know anything about it. The young man was sure that he would help this girl escape from the devil's clutches, and now a real scandal broke out in the palace where she was taken. The saint loudly shouted at her priests, asking how they dared to disobey her order. Standing at the table and pounding it with her fist, the enraged woman thought about how, when she became a saint many years ago, everyone supported her, and even the imperial family gave up their place to her. She couldn't understand why everything had suddenly changed, and now even trash like Letitia was disobeying her orders. She wondered if the girl was afraid of Dietrich, and decided that this was simply unacceptable. At that moment, when the girl was lying at her feet and asking for forgiveness, the saint decided that her daughter must really want to avoid marriage, because 2 days ago she had begged for it and tearfully asked to cancel the wedding. Every time she met her daughter's eyes, she couldn't wait to punish her and give her a good spanking with a whip. It would have happened this time too if it weren't for that damned wedding. Turning to one of the priests, the saint ordered to tell Noel that she would punish this bitch tonight, then added that it was imperative to convey that this impudent woman had violated her order. When the priest rushed to carry out her order, the woman sat down in a chair by the table and thought that finally in 6 months all this should end, and Letitia would never dare to disobey her again. In the end, everything must happen exactly as she planned. Dietrich will die in 6 months, and as a result, all the descendants of the dragon will finally disappear from the face of the earth. The saint believed that after she dealt with the young king, the dragon would no longer be able to come to her, since he would not be able to change the course of time. It was for this purpose that she decided to use her daughter. All events were arranged by her in such a way that Letitia would be forced to get rid of her future husband. The cunning woman believed that in this way everything she had planned would come true, and victory would be hers. After what happened in the central temple of the capital, the girl was transported inside the palace. She was lying in her bed, not even suspecting what happened after she lost consciousness. Letitia woke up and started looking around. She was surprised to notice that she was now in her room for some reason. She couldn't understand what had happened and how she had ended up here. A moment later, she suddenly sat up in her bed and shuddered as the terrifying thought came to her that the last time she remembered anything she had had the remains with her, and now it was unclear what had happened to them. She was again incredibly surprised when she noticed that the chest with the remains of the murdered prince was now in her room, and she again had to be surprised that no one noticed this, and thank God for it. The girl could not understand how the remains ended up in her room. She completely forgot about them the moment her mother appeared in the temple. But suddenly she remembered everything, noting to herself that perhaps the elixir was working as well as possible, and it seemed that this was not a dream at all but reality. Looking at the elixir, she asked him if it was really he who had preserved the remains. The girl kept her eyes on the elixir on her hand, and in response to her question it suddenly began to sparkle brightly, and the thought occurred to her that this was his way of answering. Letitia noticed that something unusual was happening outside her window. In her opinion, it was somehow noisy outside today, and to check what was going on, she decided to go to the window and look outside. When she looked out the window, she noticed that there were a lot of Imperial paladins gathered in the square in front of the palace. She didn't understand why they were gathered there at such a late hour. She also noticed that there was someone else among the paladins. It was one of the wings of the Empire, and the girl knew that her name was Noel Armos. She immediately remembered what connected her with this girl. In the past, she had met Noel only twice. Their first meeting took place at a wedding, then they had not managed to talk about anything. The second meeting was filled with tragedy. At that moment, incredible and tragic events were happening, and this girl told her to get up quickly because she had to get out of there. That day, Noel died. Letitia remembered very well how this girl came to her to offer her help, and after she asked why she was doing this, she replied that now was not the time to talk about it, since she had to get out of here first, and asked her to hold on to her. Both girls ran as fast as they could from the scene of the murders and heard screams coming from behind them, saying that the sinner had escaped and the wing had betrayed them. Others were shouting that Noel had sided with the sinner. This girl tried to save Letitia, and after several hours of continuous running, when both girls were out of breath, they could no longer move. This is what she told the girl, and noted that Noel was also badly injured. In response to her words, the selfless Noel replied that nothing tragic had happened, and added that the pursuers would now be detained, and Letitia should continue on without her for now. But she suddenly answered decisively that this would definitely not happen, and she did not intend to go anywhere alone. Noel turned around and shouted loudly, urging the girl to move on and survive. She promised her that she would be back soon and asked her to run as fast as she could. At that moment, Letitia thought that this girl was her mother's wing and did not understand why she decided to disobey her order and save the poor fugitive. The horsemen pursuing the girls appeared very close to them, and Letitia was forced to run away as fast as she could, saving her life. Before she did, Noel helped her up. The riders tracked down the two wounded girls, and they had no chance of escape. But there was still hope, and kneeling down in front of Letitia, Noel smiled at her and told her that she had to go. The moment she said this, the girl asked why she was helping her, and she apologized and said that she realized it too late and couldn't. She couldn't protect her. Before the girl could ask her what these words meant, a swift arrow flew out of the bow of one of the pursuers and began to approach both girls. Letitia noticed that the arrow had pierced the girl's back, as if she had shielded it from her with her body. She realized that she had died protecting her from her pursuers. She had died from the person who had been closest to her in life. Noel died, and when he came closer, he asked the girl to give her to him. After everything was over and Letitia was captured by the paladins sent by her mother, the girl was put into a barred carriage and brought back to the capital. As soon as they arrived, there were cries that she had been brought and returned. After her arrival, there was talk in the palace about why Noel went against her mother and why the man was crying. After the girl's death, there was talk in the palace about what had happened for some time. People did not believe what had happened since the wings were created to protect the saint. The girl heard talk about how they pitied the saint. She was so furious because of that girl, but fortunately everything is fine now. After all, Noel betrayed the saint because of some sinner. After that, strange things started happening. Children from the slums were unjustly imprisoned for blasphemy. The reason was that they resisted when the priests tried to kidnap them. This is what caused Noel to do what she did. She saw countless children die behind bars. Until her death, she was busy saving these children. Letitia thought that there must be a very good reason why Noel betrayed her mother. She felt indebted to Noel because she had saved her in her past life, and so she really wanted to help now. That's why the girl decided to act. She loudly called the paladins to her, saying that she simply needed to talk now. When the soldiers she summoned entered the room, the girl put a sharp knife to her neck and stated that she needed to talk to Noel alone, and if they chose to use force against her, she would simply kill herself. One of the paladins who entered cursed foully and asked what the hell was going on. Then he asked the girl if she really thought such tricks could work. She still continued to hold the knife to her neck and said that if the future bride were to suffer even under the supervision of the paladins, what would her mother think in that case? When the girl said that she was repeating once again that she needed to talk to Noel, Paladin was forced to go to the Saints' wing and told her about it. The girl immediately screamed, "Did this bastard really think of blackmailing them?" Noel began to wonder what this could mean. She couldn't even imagine what to talk to her about, but she wondered what she wanted. She had no choice but to go to the Saint's daughter and talk to her. On the way, she thought that she had screwed up, but it was still worth dealing with her right away. She decided that she would never forgive this. At that moment, when she was ready to enter the room, she thought that she would now show this girl the full power of her wings. But upon entering, she immediately became dumbfounded and began to look around in bewilderment. The room she had just entered was completely empty. There was no one there, and only the wind coming through the open window was fluttering the curtains, and the girl thought that she had been deceived and their prisoner had escaped. She immediately turned back, calling for the paladins, and ordered them to immediately find this girl, thinking that she could not have gone far. It was necessary to start from the garden. After the soldiers went to look for the escaped girl, Noel stood by the window, rested her head on her hand, and began to think that this was a real shame. After all, she promised him that she would definitely cope. The next moment she heard someone quietly call her name, Noel Armos. It was the voice of a girl, and she began to wonder where it was coming from. Still sitting by the window, the girl turned her head back to make sure that her guess was correct. Indeed, a girl whom all the paladins were currently searching for entered the room behind her and asked her if she was the one she was looking for. Noel thought it was some kind of real nonsense. She didn't believe it was possible. After all, she was walking down the corridor, and there was no one there, and the room was also completely empty, and she looked at it carefully. At that moment, something strange happened to Noel. She herself did not expect that such a thing could happen, but her instincts, like wings, suddenly awakened sharply, and she felt a divine power. Looking at this girl who had just appeared in the room, she suddenly realized that this was the feeling that was missing when she met the saint. The goddess had blessed her, and now she felt that she had to submit and serve the girl who had entered. This was the feeling that the goddess had promised. The girl who came in told her that they absolutely had to talk to each other, and then said that if she wanted to protect him, she had to listen and try to understand what she was telling her. Noel didn't hear this girl at all. She felt some kind of incomprehensible relief in her soul. She suddenly felt as if a goddess had touched her soul, and therefore she could not do anything now, but only cry from joy and gratitude for the blessing she had received. After this, she asked the girl who had entered whether she was really the daughter of the saint, since it was very strange that the reaction to her appearance was completely different from her first meeting with Josefina. When Letitia replied that this was indeed so, and then asked again what was wrong with that, the girl replied that it couldn't be, because everyone around her only said that the saint's daughter was terrible. After that, she told the girl that now she did not think that all these rumors were true and that all this was true. Noel started to cry, a tear running down her cheek, and she explained that this was most likely not the case, and that everything seemed obvious. She was sure that she needed to listen to the instincts from the depths of her soul. She suddenly realized that the girl in front of her was the one she had been looking for so long. She was simply shocked, and this feeling could not be confused with anyone else. At that moment, the girl's heart was ready to burst from pain in front of Josefina, but now she suddenly found peace. The next moment, the girl fell to her knees before Letitia and began to thank the goddess for enlightening her mind and promising the girl to become her faithful servant. She placed the girl's hand on her forehead and said that she was the mistress of her soul, and then added that she had been waiting for her for a long time. Noel was overjoyed at what had just happened and couldn't believe she had been wandering in the dark for so long, not realizing that the goddess blessed person was right next to her. She wondered why she had waited so long for this. Meanwhile, the king returned back to the residence where the delegation was staying. To his deep regret, he could not help the girl who had been carried off by the paladin. Appearing inside the building, he told one of the knights that he had met Eno's savior, but he had failed to do anything, and so they must His interlocutor asked again whether he had really met the poor youth and inquired why in that case His Majesty had come alone. Benessa immediately rushed to his master with questions asking why he had not done this, since he was supposed to bring this man directly here. Then he added that he needed to return for the girl and he was ready to go with the king. The knight was so determined that, swinging his crutch, he suddenly lost his balance and would have fallen if one of his comrades had not caught his body, and then said that he would perhaps lead him away from here. The king told his knights what had happened in the central temple. He told them that as they had thought the girl was a priestess, and the saint had punished her in the temple. Then the doctors came. The wounds were too many, and therefore, in his opinion, she had not yet fully recovered. Dietrich told his knights that he was sure that the girl was still in the palace, and now it was time to repay her for her help. His soldiers immediately supported their master and began to shout loudly, expressing their approval. Letitia stood and looked down at the girl, bowing before her. She could not understand why this had suddenly happened, and the wing that should have served her mother faithfully and truly had gone over to her side. At the moment when Noel gave her the oath of allegiance, the girl thought that in her previous life nothing like this had happened. She had simply helped her, but had not sworn anything. Looking at the joyful face of her interlocutor and the eyes directed straight at her, the girl thought that this could have happened because of the bracelet, but before she had helped her without it. The bird was very curious to know whether she would find the answer to this question if she met some other wing, but she still decided that she did not want to cross paths with them. She remembered very well how her own mother treated her Eosiphon and hates her, and since the wings obey her, this feeling is transmitted to them as well, and some even mocked her in childhood. In the end, the girl decided that it was not worth tempting her fate, and thought that it was impossible to hope that some bracelet could change their attitude towards her. Her thoughts were interrupted by Noel, who said that if she had any difficulties, she should definitely tell her about them, no matter what. She would do everything in her power, and was ready to serve her faithfully and truly. Letitia thanked her for these words and thought that now perhaps the future would turn out completely differently. When Letitia asked the girl if she could ask her for a favor, she replied that of course, and was ready to do at least 20 favors. She told her that there were some things she needed, and then asked Noel to get the relics. She thought that the delegation from the principality would definitely need them. The girl replied that she should manage by tomorrow. Letitia thanked her for the service, and when they parted, decided that she too needed to go and finish some of the work she had started earlier. She remembered that she had not yet completed the mission she had started yesterday afternoon, and now had to deliver the remains of the murdered prince to the palace. She suddenly felt cold and wondered if the rainy season had already ended. Raising her head to the sky, she thought that the night when the imperial army invaded the principality was as cold as today. She suddenly remembered the events of that fateful night. The attack was made suddenly, and the knights of the principality, despite this, fought very bravely, but it was not enough to stop the countless army of the empire. A huge number of people died that night. It seemed as if the earth itself was collapsing. People could not see anything because they were surrounded by a pile of corpses lying everywhere. The worst thing was that the saints' wings led the troops. People could not cope with their monstrous power, and it was the wings that turned everything around them into fire, sparing no one. Letitia remained in her husband's palace during those fierce battles. She lay alone in bed and quietly awaited death, not hoping for a miracle. She decided not to kill Dietrich, but instead sacrifice herself so that he would live. It was the last day of her mother's curse, and the next day her body would be torn apart. She already felt the approach of death. She was literally a hair's breadth away from it, and everything seemed so unreal when her husband burst into her bedroom and loudly called her name. He leaned over her and started shouting loudly about why she hadn't left the palace yet to hide somewhere safe. His face looked absolutely terrible. There were wounds and blood everywhere. Leaning over to her, Dietrich told her that they needed to run and informed her that there was a secret passage nearby, and again wondered why the hell she was still here. Letitia at that moment prepared herself for her death. She was ready to die lying in bed and asked why she had to go. Dietrich, who had no idea about the saint's terrible curse, looked at his wife in bewilderment and asked her what was wrong. She replied that she was tired and didn't want anything anymore. And while the king tried in vain to reach his wife and force her to go to a safe place, she continued to lie indifferently in her bed and said that it was all for nothing, and it was all over. Letitia told her husband that even if she left here, she would not live to see midnight. The prince asked her again, puzzled why she would not live to see it. Not understanding what her words meant, Dietrich asked his wife again if this meant that she would die. There was no answer to his question, only tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She understood that she would not be able to escape the terrible curse under any circumstances and was ready to meet her fate in silence. Dietrich continued to demand an answer from her. He shouted at her, wanting to know the reason why she did not want to be saved and why she decided that she must necessarily die. The young man leaned over her bed and asked her what she was carrying, and then wondered if it was connected with the fact that she had been sick the other day, but she had said then that she was fine. When the king reminded her that she had said that everything would pass, the girl only laughed slightly and then said that it would be very nice. But alas, this was not the case at all. Dietrich could not understand what his wife's words meant. He was frightened and looking for an answer to his rhetorical questions, and 1,000 guesses flashed through his head about why the girl was behaving so mysteriously. It seems that he managed to find the answer because he asked his wife if it was a curse, and if a saint had done this to her. Letitia looked worse and worse, and the young man continued asking his questions about how to get rid of this curse me, and whether there is any way to change fate. The girl turned her head away from her husband and silently awaited her death, and next to her the king continued to demand answers to his questions. Returning her hand towards her husband's palm, the girl thought that she had really been sick for a long time, and the only way to be cured was to kill the person next to her. She said that she did not want to tell her husband about this, and she just wanted everything to end quietly and peacefully. After this, she turned away again and fell silent, and Dietrich said that if she did not know any other way, then he would find out for himself. After this, the young man stood up on his feet, turned towards the door, and headed outside. After that, the girl never met her husband again. It was their last meeting, and she was very sorry that it turned out to be just that. Now heading towards the house where the delegation was located, she remembered this again and again, regretted that she had not been able to tell the king everything properly. But then the outcome had been predetermined, and now there was still plenty of time left. She thanked the Lord for giving her another chance to change the future. She wanted to do everything so that her husband would stay alive for the next 5 months, and she would definitely be okay. Walking quickly through the dewy grass of the garden, the girl thought about what she still needed to do. It seemed that there was not much time, and she needed to do as much as possible to avoid repeating previous mistakes. A moment later, she had to stop because she felt a strong and terrible pain in her chest. This curse cast by her mother was gradually becoming stronger and stronger, but she didn't know what it was, and she stopped and wondered what was happening to her and why, at the very moment when she needed to go. She knelt down trying to catch her breath and come to her senses. After that, Letitia realized that this was not just a slight ailment. This intense pain was the harbinger of the manifestation of her mother's curse. She mentally ordered herself to get up because she had the remains of the dead prince in her hands, and if she passed out right here, then everything would be lost. Bent over and clutching her chest, the girl could not get up, and so decided to turn to Elixir for help, and began to beg him to hide the prince's remains one more time. She held the casket with the relics of the murdered young man in her hands and watched it, but to her regret, nothing happened, and the girl thought that this time the elixir would not work. Suddenly she realized that something had to be done, even if the miracle had not happened. She decided that she had to do it herself, and began to dig up the earth with her fingers to hide the remains. Thanks to the recent rainy season, the ground was not so hard, and the girl laughed joyfully after she was able to hide the ill-fated chest with the remains in the hole she dug. After this was finished, the fox began to cry. At first, she cried from the hurt of being completely alone in such a deserted place, and then she also felt how much pain her fingers were in digging through the heavy soil. She felt unspeakably sad and depressed that here were the remains of the most important person to her, and the only reason to live was one more person. She hoped that everything would be okay with him. It was with the name Dietrich on her lips that the girl suddenly felt her last life force leaving her. Her body could no longer resist the curse and fell powerlessly to the surface of the earth. At the very moment when the girl whispered the king's name, Dietrich suddenly felt as if someone had called him. He turned his head looking for someone near him, but to his amazement he saw no one. At that moment, when he was turning his head in all directions, somewhere in the depths of the garden surrounding the palace, he saw a strange glow and wondered what kind of light it could be. Without taking his eyes off the place of the glow, the young man stopped and began to wait for what would happen next. The light was so bright that it was impossible to understand what was its source. At the same time, the saint, as if nothing had happened, was in her palace taking a bath. One of her maids sat down next to her and combed the woman's hair. After Josephine laughed loudly, the maid dared to ask her if something good had really happened. The saint smiled predatorily in response, and asking again about the good, said that yes, indeed, something exactly like that had definitely happened, since she again began to feel the power of the goddess more strongly. She had already learned about how this scoundrel dared to put a sharp dagger to her neck and asked to talk to Noel, and if the paladins refused, she threatened to kill herself. At that moment, the cunning and evil woman remembered what exactly she had been told about this incident and wondered if this piece of shit had really decided to threaten her. Noel would of course sort things out, but all the problems would not disappear at once. She knew very well how the curse she had cast worked. These symptoms were supposed to appear in a couple of months, but she decided to hurry things up a little. The saint knew what needed to be done, and although it might distort the curse a little, it was still worth it, and she simply had to scare her daughter as much as possible. Grabbing the glass of wine with her hand, the woman thought that she had done everything absolutely right, and besides, it would be very funny to watch this girl suffer. After a moment, the woman literally froze. She could not utter a word and silently gazed at the black monster that had appeared before her eyes again. She recognized it, but was afraid to even admit that she saw it. Horror gripped her body and thoughts. The woman silently looked at the monster and understood that this was the same dragon that had come to her before, and now it seemed was going to finish her off once and for all. She clearly saw his blackening body before her. He was getting closer and closer to the woman to devour her evil soul and satiate his body. It seemed to her that the end was inevitably approaching. Here the saint realized that all this was happening for a reason. The dragon had been dozing for a long time, and now, for some reason, he began to visit her often and threatened her every time. She decided that the dragon's power had been restored and was ready to fight her. King Dietrich went to the source of light and eventually found a small clearing where the body of an unconscious girl lay. A real miracle had happened. The young man thought that no matter how much he searched for this stranger, he could not find her. And now some unknown glow showed him the way to her, and he, having found her, immediately asked why she was here. He couldn't understand how the girl ended up in the garden after being carried unconscious on the paladin's shoulder. He was very curious to know what she was doing in this place. Coming closer to the girl, he examined her face. He had not managed to do this the previous time, but now he noticed with amazement that she was a real beauty. The young man realized that it was very cold now and that he needed to warm up this cold body. He pressed the girl to his body and tried to warm her with his breath to his joy, noting that she was alive and breathing. Dietrich thought that finally all his searches were crowned with success. He found her, and now he intended to protect her from anyone who would threaten her life and health. The king could not know that the force that had cursed this girl was already at work within her, and he would not be able to defeat it no matter how hard he tried. The curse continued its destructive work. Loud screams were heard inside the palace. It was the saint screaming. She was screaming that she was in great pain and asking for help from the servant next to her. She felt as if her body was being heated and that someone was hitting it hard. The woman decided that this was a reaction caused by the interference with the curse and could not understand how this could have happened. The maid did not know what to think. She saw her mistress suffering for the first time and began to pray to the Lord to do something that could ease her suffering. Josephine at that moment felt hellish suffering. It seemed to her that her body and soul were as if immersed in fiery resin, and besides it seemed to her that death had already come for her. The maid decided that she could do nothing to help her mistress, and telling her that she would call someone for help, she ran into a room in one of the wings of the empire and told him the terrible news. When the young man came running at the call of his mistress, she immediately shouted in Aaron's face that this was pure absurdity and that it couldn't be. Then she ordered him to get out of her way. The astonished young man grabbed his scratched cheek and wondered what the hell was going on here after the saint had hit him painfully with her long-nailed palm. At this point, Josephine I looked truly terrifying. It seemed as if the devil had possessed her, and she was ready to kill anyone who stood in her way. But still the young man asked her to be more careful and not to slip. She did not hear his request. There was water spilled everywhere near the bathtub, and the woman slipped in just such a puddle and fell with a bang onto the tiles covering the floor of this room. The woman immediately tried to stand up. She only managed half of it, and now she was on all fours, and her young assistant said that he would now help her stand up. Aaron had been in such a situation. He could not understand what had suddenly happened to the saint. It seemed to him that demons had entered this woman and were tormenting her soul and body. As soon as she had come to her senses a little and was able to stand on her feet, she immediately spread her legs and arms to the sides and began to mumble something under her breath. These indistinct mutterings seemed to him like some kind of illness that had suddenly befallen his mistress. The woman looked ahead and realized that something was wrong with her curse. There were cracks all over the curse, and it seemed to her that some dark force, in her opinion, the power of the dragon, was interfering with the curse she had cast. Josephine watched everything that was happening attentively, and suddenly waving her hand said that she did not intend to lose under any circumstances, and then asked someone visible only to her how he dared to do this to her. The young man watched all this with an astonished face. He was surprised by the behavior of the saint, who turned to someone with the words that she would kill him right now. Finally, he saw what the woman had seen before her. He tried to understand what this ominous symbol had appeared in this room and what kind of black fog was swirling above it. The next moment, his mistress screamed, loudly sat down and grabbed her breast. The young man immediately rushed to her with the intention of helping the saint. Rin tried in vain to understand the woman's words about needing to be saved. He could not understand who she was talking about when she said that now he would definitely come for her and kill her. He immediately asked her who was capable of harming the goddess's messenger. After this, the young man noticed some spots on the saint's hand and, gasping loudly, drew her attention to this and said what kind of devilry this was. Josephine immediately rushed to her wing and said that now it was all over. No one could stop him. No one could protect him. The young man tried to use the healing power, but he did not understand it. He had never seen such wounds before, and besides, after he tried to do something, the woman screamed loudly, demanding not to touch the wound, and said that if he touched her, he would also die. Josephine seemed to be out of her mind. She screamed loudly, calling on someone to kill her. Then she asked him if he thought that when the principality was safe, he would kill her and all living things would die. The saint's words struck the young man in the very heart. He could not believe that she was threatening someone with death, and yet the woman said that her wings would ensure that the principality would disappear from the face of the earth. Josephine pointed her finger in the direction of an unknown symbol, and as if reading a prophecy, said that the earth would be covered with rotting corpses and rivers of blood, and if he wanted that, then he could finish her off and see the results of his actions. After that, having calmed down a little, the woman smiled at the young man present in the room, grabbed him by the cheeks, and looking into his eyes asked if he was ready to do this. Kill them all, and the girl too, all the descendants of the fucking dragon. Looking into the face of her wing, the saint realized that all this was indeed happening because of the dragon's descendants. All her visions were connected with the dragon. She clearly saw the face of King Dietrien in front of her. In her opinion, all this was only because of him. He had appeared on her land only recently, and his appearance was definitely connected with the appearance of the dragon, which had always been associated with their family. He sat down next to his mistress and asked her if he had harmed her, and wondered if all this had happened because of him, to which the woman said that it was not worth killing him. After that, she told him that it would be enough to simply throw the king out of the empire. She suddenly asked the servants what she should do now. After the saint lost consciousness from overexertion and fell into a deep sleep, the young man left her alone in the room and went outside. Walking slowly through the corridors and steps of the huge palace, he thought about the event he had witnessed. It was the first time he had seen anything like this, and he could not understand what the words about the appearance of a dragon meant. It was incredible, and hadn't he abandoned his people long ago? Everyone knew that the dragon that protected and guarded the principality had disappeared somewhere in an instant. That is why the Empire can now twist the principality as it wishes. If the dragon had really returned, then his descendants who were at the head of the principality would have known about it first, and they would not have suffered from the Empire as they have to do now. Arin thought deeply about the saint's words. He doubted that she had control over the situation, and therefore everything she said seemed implausible. He could not remember such a thing ever happening before. For all those like him, the wings on which the power of the saint stood and rested, the words of this woman were a real law, even more than a law. They obey her day and night, fulfilling her every command. He thought about how long ago these strange events that he had witnessed today had begun, and how it had happened before that. In the middle of the night, the saint would wake up with a loud scream on her lips, and someone would have to run to her aid. That night, when he rushed into the saint's room and began to calm her down, an idea came into his head, and he decided to take advantage of this and turn to one of the priests with an order to bring Noel here. After that, looking at the saint, he thought that if Noel were brought here now, then in such a state the saint could harm the girl. That's why Arin said, after a short thought, that it wasn't worth doing, and told the servant that he was free to go because Noel's powers could help in healing, but she herself was more important to him. Arin began to think about when his attitude towards the saint had changed. He decided not to tell Noel about it for now, but it seemed that his loyalty to this woman had cracked. The young man thought that this had never happened before. He simply turned a blind eye to all her evil deeds. He didn't care at all what the saint did. He was ready to carry out any of her orders because he was very afraid of any changes. But at some point everything changed. With the appearance of a sweet girl in his life, he had someone he wanted to protect. And if the saint tried to harm her, he was ready to fight her too. On the way out of the room, the holy youth reflected on how everything had been completely different before. Up until that moment, he had served the saint unconditionally, and it was unknown how that would have ended. But now it was no longer so. Whether he was her wing or not, he had decided that he had to go against the will of the saint. Andrin thought that first he definitely needed to figure out what to do. The saint said that he would have to get rid of Dietrien. Thinking about this man, he decided that it seemed that without the story with the dragon, his presence irritated the lady, and he decided that he would have to do this for Noel's sake. Coming out of the palace, the young man decided that he needed to hurry things up, that he needed to hold the wedding as soon as possible, and since there was a lot of work to do, the night promised to be long. King Dietrien still held the girl close to his body. Looking at her face, he thought that thank God its color had begun to return little by little. Her breathing was also normal. Turning to his pleasant burden, the young man asked her to be patient for a little while, and then added that they must not under any circumstances be seen by the guards. After that, he took the girl's wrist in his hand and noticed that her fingers were badly torn. There were deep wounds on them. The king thought that, at the moment when he found the girl, he also managed to notice traces of something next to her, as if it had been hastily buried, as if she had been in a hurry to hide something. After that, the young man realized that the girl was trying to get away from this place as far as possible. He became interested in what she was hiding here, and he decided to dig up the place where someone had recently hidden something. After the soil was removed, the young man pulled out a casket containing his brother's remains from the resulting hole. The young man took the girl in his arms again. He said that she had been in the central temple today, and he realized that this had happened only because she had entered there with the purpose of stealing the remains of his murdered brother. He was grateful to the girl and to fate that he finally managed to find them. He was also glad that he finally found this girl. His heart was so happy that it was ready to break. After this, the king sat down a little with the girl in his arms and asked her who she was and why she was helping him. The young man was also very interested in the answer to the question of why his heart sank every time he looked at this stranger. It was some new, previously unknown feeling for him. He understood that this was an indescribable and incomprehensible feeling that could not be explained by ordinary gratitude. It was something new, and he could not understand what to do with it. He decided that it had started at their first meeting in the temple when he had only furtively noticed the girl lying on the stone floor of the temple and more than anything in the world wanted to see her face and touch her with his hand. The king remembered that at that moment he wanted to embrace her. Their breaths were equally full of despair, and now holding the girl in his arms, the young man thought only about how to protect her. At the moment when the young man approached the building with his load, he heard the conversation of the two watchmen, one of whom said that it might be better than to secretly drink during the patrol. The other confirmed that this was indeed the case. Dietrich realized that someone was quickly approaching him. He heard someone's footsteps and cursed in annoyance because there was nowhere to hide here. The young man moved to the side with the girl in his arms, thinking that perhaps there would be a good place here, but coming closer he noticed that the two of them would definitely not fit here. He understood that at this moment he had to make a decision. He had 3 options on how to act in this situation, either the girl or him. The third option was to get rid of the fast-approaching witnesses. When one of them asked what they were drinking today, the second replied jeju, which would be used during the ritual the day after tomorrow. When one of the friends asked how crazy you'd have to be to steal it, the other quietly hissed for silence and added that he had a deal with the chef regarding the drink. After a few seconds, both guards stopped because they saw something unusual. One of them noticed that there was a man lying there and, looking at his clothes, asked again if it could be a priest. A stranger lay right in front of them. It was unclear how she had ended up there in the dead of night, and the guards were puzzled as to what they should do now. One of them said, "Is it really the girl sleeping here, and why is she here?" The second said that it seems to her face is familiar to him. King Dietrich was watching the girl and the 2 men standing by her body. He heard one of the men say that this was the girl from the Western Palace. When the soldiers began to examine the girl's body, one of them said that he doubted that she was sleeping. Most likely she had lost consciousness, and added that if something happened to her, they would definitely have problems. The young man listened attentively to their conversation. He was surprised by the words of one of the guards that Madame Noel had ordered that they not approach the palace. Dietrich could not understand what was happening here now. He decided not to hide the girl, as it would have caused even more problems. A priest in a prayer hall is a common sight, and if the guards saw him there, it would have been much more difficult, and if they suspected something and rushed to search everything, would have been much worse. The king thought that the fact that the girl was with him would anger the saint. He thought that leaving her there was the best solution. He could already imagine the saint yelling at this girl, asking her if she knew that the king was marrying her daughter. One of the guards said that they had to think of something and asked if they should pretend they hadn't seen anything. The second one answered him that it was risky. They would definitely not avoid trouble if they were caught, and yet they decided that maybe they should leave her in front of the palace. The young man overheard the men talking about what would happen if the girl froze and died, and the second one asked what they should do. In that case, the king was already thinking that he should probably kill both of those blockheads. Finally, one of the guards took the girl in his arms and told his friend that he needed to tell Noel what had happened and advised him to come to the Western Palace later, while he himself would carry the girl. The second guard sighed heavily and wondered why they had even come to this place, because the evening could have been truly pleasant and long. With his light load in his hands, the soldier quickly moved towards the Western Palace and at the same time ordered his comrade to hurry. Seeing that both guards had left, the king was finally able to look out from his hiding place. He hoped that the girl would be okay and that no one would be able to torture her. After this, the young man followed the 2 guards at some distance. They led him to a tall building, and he decided that perhaps this was the Western Palace. He had heard that sinners were usually kept in this building. This was the place where people who dared to go against the saint were kept. This house was something like an exile. Once when Letitia killed her nanny, the saint imprisoned her in this palace. King Dietrich, remembering that the men had said something about the saint's daughter, in all the trouble of saving the poor sick youth and the remains of his brother, and then searching for the girl, he completely forgot about her, and now thought that the wedding was to take place in a few days. The young man thought that perhaps this happened because he had been too busy looking for a savior lately, and yet it was not clear why his wedding had suddenly faded into the background. He wondered if it was necessary for the daughter of a saint to become his wife. If this girl and not Letitia had become his wife, then perhaps everything could have turned out completely differently. Dietrich suddenly stopped his thoughts and wondered what he was dreaming about. After all, now, when he was about to marry the daughter of a saint, he was thinking about a completely different girl. He recalled how his subjects had received the news that he was to marry Iosifina's daughter. One of them had turned to his majesty and advised him to take a concubine upon his return to the principality, declaring that no one would condemn him for this. In response to this proposal, the king replied that nothing of the sort would happen. Then he asked the man if he really thought that of him. Then he added that he would pretend not to have heard the prime minister's words. Dithrion thought that it didn't matter that he was marrying the enemy's daughter. Even if she was treacherous, a promise was a promise, and it had to be kept. Whoever his life partner was, he had to be faithful to her. Vanessa approached the young man and said that this was simply unthinkable, and then asked why it was so. The king answered that it was necessary to act in such a way that the principles were observed. Then the young man added that you need to be honest with yourself, and then other people will be honest with you too. The main thing is to stick to your principles. Standing in the throne room before his subjects, King Dithrion informed them that he would be forced to enter into a political marriage for the sake of his people, for the sake of those who had supported him throughout his life, and that this was his decision. Sitting down at the Western Palace and continuing to watch what might happen next, the king thought that with such thoughts he would soon go mad. After that, he heard someone's voice. Someone turned to Mrs. Noel and said that the girl was already here. It was one of the guards. Noel immediately asked him why they were still outside. In response, the soldier replied that she herself ordered not to go close to the palace. The Empire Wing immediately shouted loudly at this idiot and asked him if he couldn't see that the girl was sick, and besides, it was still cold here. They needed to go in as quickly as possible. She thought that these blockheads had completely lost their fear. After they handed the girl over to the other people waiting inside, Noel shouted loudly at the guards to get out immediately. King Dithrion watched the scene closely. He knew this girl, Noel Armos. It seems she became the Saint's last wing 6 months ago. It was necessary to make sure that she would not cause more harm to this girl, and this time it would be difficult to pass unnoticed. The young man took a few steps towards the palace and then stopped abruptly. He decided that he must not be noticed under any circumstances, and so he would have to wait a little. After the rainy season, cloudless weather finally arrived. And although the night was quite cold, the absence of moisture itself was pleasing, and the cold was not felt so strongly. Noel told those who came that first aid had already been given to the girl, and that everyone who saw this should forget about everything that had happened, to which the soldiers replied that of course. Then the girl said that if they understood everything they could go back to their service. Both men bowed to her and swore that their lineage would be kept under lock and key, and that today's incident would be taken to the grave with them. As soon as the girl told them to get lost, both sentries ran as far away from that place as possible, fearing that they would be punished, and already on the way they thanked the girl. Dithrion thought about what he had just heard. Holy Wings said that the girl's first aid had been indicated. He thanked God and began to hope that she could be trusted. Dithrion thought that it was time for him to return to the house where his delegation lived, but for some reason he didn't want to do it at all, and while the palace was under the protection of the Wings, there was nothing to worry about, but at the same time he was forbidden to enter here. Looking at this building, he realized that the Wings would guard this building as best as possible, and he would not be able to get inside. Most importantly, he would not be able to see her. Noel suddenly seemed to notice some movement in the bushes near her, and the girl looked in that direction in surprise. It seemed rather strange to her, but she was not going to check her guesses. The next day, rather unexpected guests showed up at the house where the king and his delegation were staying. Their arrival was definitely not expected. When they arrived, one of the men who had come politely knocked with his knuckles on the front door. The visitors were 3 priests who had come here at the behest of the saint. They said that they were apologizing to the king for the rudeness shown to him. King Dithrion came out to the priests and said that there was no need to apologize and everything was already forgotten, to which the priests thanked him. After this, the elder of the priests informed the young man that he had brought him a message from the saint. In response to these words, the king invited him to go into the room. At this point, the knights and the king's retinue began to discuss the appearance of the priests. When one of them asked what was going on, another said that it was obvious that these people were looking for a pretext for conflict, since there seemed to be a slightly strange atmosphere in the air. After this, one of the talking knights knocked on the door of his king's office and asked His Majesty if he could enter. After permission was granted, the knight came to his king and asked if the news he had received was bad, to which Deitrian replied that the saint had fallen ill. When his courtier asked what this meant, the king unfolded the woman's letter and said that due to the saint's condition, the wedding must take place as soon as possible. Hearing this, the knight smiled and said that this was good news. Then he added that he was very glad, and they would finally be able to leave this damned place. Deitrian, on the other hand, didn't look so pleased. He thought it wasn't such good news, as he had hoped he'd have a little more time. He would like to use this time for one cherished goal. Then he could turn to that girl who had been so kind to them and ask her if she would like to go with him to the principality. He absolutely must ask her. After the news of the postponement of the wedding was received, there was a real commotion in the house. The knights asked why the priests had notified about the wedding so late. They said that they had little time to prepare. They were getting ready because everyone had to be ready within an hour. There were rumors among the king's courtiers that the Imperials hated them, and they did so quite deliberately, since a political marriage is no joke, and they asked at the same time whether the daughter of a saint was so important. The knights who arrived as part of the delegation said that His Majesty was very dear to them, and they should support him in any situation and in all endeavors. After the prince put on his festive attire, the courtiers remarked to His Majesty that the suit suited him very well. It was an unusually luxurious outfit, although it was a common wedding suit in the empire. One of the knights approached His Majesty and said that he looked simply magnificent, and the former king would be proud of him. Turning away from the window where he was standing at that moment, Deitrian asked the man who had entered how the knights were doing. The man replied that everyone was already prepared for the ceremony and was waiting for him outside. After this, the king asked how the preparations had gone, and the man replied that for some of the knights the clothes had been surprisingly small, and they had spent quite a long time getting dressed. When one of them was getting dressed, he was surprised to hear something and asked what the sound was, and the man had to tell him to be more gentle and not to rip his trousers. After this, the king's butler said that everything was almost ready, but only a few knights had some minor problems with their costumes. Deitrian advised him to leave everything to him, but for now it was necessary to go to the courtiers and help them with the preparations. After the man left the office, the king sighed heavily and remembered that he had never left a message for the girl. He remembered that on the night he found her in the forest, he decided to wait until the wing left. He was very anxious to make sure that the girl was healthy, and he waited until the wing had strangled itself away and went inside the building. The place looked terrible from the inside. It looked like no one had taken care of it. Deitrian noted to himself that there wasn't even any security inside. He couldn't believe that the girl was alone here, and what could happen if someone came here with bad intentions. Pushing the door into one of the rooms, the young man thought that he simply couldn't leave the girl like that, and decided to stay here until she woke up. Entering the room, he gasped as he saw the one he had been searching for so long. He couldn't take his eyes off her. The beautiful stranger lay on her bed, breathing heavily. He wished she would wake up at that moment so they could talk to each other. The young man kept his eyes on the stranger and thought that she was really very beautiful, and she could become a real decoration of his palace. Then he felt very sorry for this young lady because she had hurt herself twice during the last day. He thought that he must never let that happen again, and he swore in his mind like a king that he would protect this girl until his death. He supposed that some might even find it funny, but Deitrian was dead serious when he made that vow. He promised to protect this girl. After this, he sat down on the edge of the bed and noticed with surprise that it was surprisingly small, since it was designed for only one person, and moreover would be more useful for a child. Looking around, the king noticed that the building itself was quite shabby. The walls were torn, the furniture was old, and it looked like it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Deitrian stared at the walls of the room and wondered if this was really the room of a priest from the main palace. He couldn't believe it, and wondered why the other priests lived in luxury. Without taking his eyes off the girl's face, the king wondered how long she had been living in such a place and in such torment. In his opinion, it had been at least 7 years. Then he thought that perhaps it was still going on. He compared this girl with the little maid he had once read about in letters sent to him by his older brother. Then the king turned his head again towards the girl, and addressing her, said that he wanted to know her name. After this, he moved his palm towards the girl's hand, which was lying on top of the blanket, and said that he really wanted to take the girl to the principality. The next moment, Dietrich felt very ashamed. He suddenly thought that he had just wanted to touch a defenseless girl. In his opinion, it was completely indecent, and only animals do that. The young man felt that this was some kind of real madness. After meeting this girl, he violated his principles many times. He thought that at these moments he was acting completely unkindly, putting everyone in danger, and this was completely unacceptable. He couldn't believe that just days before his wedding with another girl, he was now thinking only about this one, and it was very incomprehensible, and no one would be able to understand the motives of his actions. In the end, Dietrich realized that no matter what it was time to say goodbye to this girl and return to the mansion where the members of the delegation were waiting for him so that no one would worry about his absence. He turned around and started walking towards the exit, thinking that without self-control he definitely didn't belong here. He decided that he would have to come back another time, but for now he decided to leave the remains here. He placed the casket containing his older brother's remains next to the girl, thinking that she would be frightened if she did not find them when she woke up. Dietrich thought that if it weren't for this girl, the remains would have been used as animal feed long ago, so it was better to leave them here. As he said goodbye, he thought that they would probably see each other again. Looking at the girl's face, he thought that the next time they met, he would definitely thank her for saving the young man and for the fact that she was able to steal the remains of his older brother. The young man believed that this meeting would definitely happen, and next time he would definitely ask her name. He would really like to hear the girl's voice, find out the color of her eyes, and it would also be great to see a smile on her sweet face. The young man even imagined how cute that face would look when a spontaneous smile appeared on it. He would give anything to see it. And now, standing at the door, the king thought about how cruel fate was. If he had known that the wedding would take place earlier than planned in just 3 days, he would never have left so quickly, and then he decided that he would have to get the girl out of there. Dietrich really wanted to get to the girl again, but after those events, the palace security was strengthened, and this did not seem possible. The young man cursed and thought that he should have at least left her a note during his last visit. After he left the house, one of the saint's wings, accompanied by paladins, came out to meet him and said that they greeted His Majesty. Then the same youth informed the king that it was his duty to lead him to the temple. Although this was not enough, he would be accompanied by the third wing. Dietrich bowed to the young man, placing his hand on his chest and asking him to take care of him. The young man bowed low to him and said that he was ready to fulfill the will of His Majesty. King Dietrich, accompanied by the third wing of the saint and his court knights surrounded by paladins, marched towards the temple. On either side of the procession, these were the priests of the temple who had also gathered there to greet the king. When the young man was informed that the temple servants had come out to greet him, he wondered if everyone had come out here, and he began to turn his head in search of that girl, expecting that she would also be somewhere here, but unfortunately, she was not there. No matter how hard he peered into the crowd, he still didn't notice a familiar face, and to his bitterness, he thought that the girl wasn't there. The young man walking next to him told the king that he had heard that His Majesty had recently met with a saint, and then added that the woman blamed herself very much for what had happened, saying that she had done something stupid. When the man accompanying the king said that the saint was worried about this meeting, he replied that there was no need to worry, and added that his country was in favor of strengthening relations with the empire. Aaron thought that despite the circumstances in which this young man found himself, he continued to behave simply magnificently, because knowing the saint, he would not be surprised if the king ran to her with a sword. He watched the young man all the time and noticed that nevertheless he did not show his displeasure. He was 23 years old when young blood still boiled in his veins, but looking at his composure, Wing decided that he was a wonderful king. He remembered how the saint had behaved during one of his last meetings with her. She had screamed that she had to meet the king in person, then said that he was related to the dragon like no one else, and that they had to arrange a meeting with him. Aaron knew perfectly well that all this was happening on the orders of the saint. He wondered if the woman would return to normal when the delegation left this place. The young man did not believe the saint's words about the dragon's return, but the presence of the king in the capital of the empire still angered the saint. For security reasons, guards were strengthened everywhere. She ordered that priest to come to Dietrich. It was on the saint's orders that the 3 priests came to the king and apologized for their behavior. This, of course, was not enough to atone for her sins, and the young man hoped that these 3 days before the wedding would pass peacefully. When they arrived inside the palace, the young man asked the guards to report their arrival to the saint. They immediately began to carry out his instructions. At the moment when the arrival of King Dietrich was reported, the girl was beside herself, and her mother only smiled broadly and asked her if she had heard. Letitia was ready to run out of the room and cry bitterly when the saint told her that her fiancé had already arrived. Aaron opened the door for the king and invited His Majesty to come inside. Iosephine immediately put a sweet smile on her face and told the king that she had been waiting for him. Then she added that it must have been difficult to make such a long journey. King Dietrich kissed the woman's hand and replied that this was not so, and then thanked her for her concern. After this, the saint slightly turned her head to the side and told the young man that she had come with her daughter and told the girl to come closer to her. Dietrich immediately took the girl's hand to kiss it and said that it was nice to meet Miss Letitia and added that he was Dietrich. At that moment, the young man realized that the girl's hand was shaking very badly. He also noticed that the girl was wearing a bracelet with a black stone on her hand. Without letting go of the girl's fingers, the young man began to think about how this bracelet ended up on the hand of the saint's daughter. After this, King Dietrich raised his head up to look at the daughter of the saint and was literally dumbfounded. He could not believe his eyes. It was simply unthinkable and unbelievable. Dietrich couldn't take his eyes off this girl. He thought he had lost her forever when he left her in a dirty and untidy room last night, and now she stood in front of him and didn't take her beautiful green eyes off him. At this point, the king would have liked to ask the girl why she was here. He was silent for a long time, and only the saint's appeal to him brought the young man out of the stupor that had gripped his body. Eventually, Dietrich came to his senses after his eyes met the girl. He apologized and said that her beauty simply enchanted him and kissed her hand. Looking at the face of this stranger who actually turned out to be the girl he had been looking for so long, the king thought that everything he wanted had now come true. He learned the color of her eyes and her name. The girl thanked the young man in response to the compliment. Her voice was as pleasant and sweet as the girl herself. He was very glad that everything turned out this way and was happy that she was to become his wife. The saint said that her baby was very beautiful. The woman put on her sweetest smile and said that she was very glad that the king would be the one to protect this beauty. Then she added that her daughter was worried that he hated her for the unpleasant things that had happened in recent years. Dietrich wondered if what this woman really wanted was to cause a quarrel between him and his future wife, since he was there to meet his daughter, and that was why the man said that he didn't think that could happen. He still couldn't understand why Josefina called this girl her daughter. After all, right now in front of him was she, the girl who had helped him since his arrival in the empire, and apparently this was the very little girl that her brother wanted to take to the principality. Looking at the woman, he thought that perhaps everyone was mistaken in thinking that the daughter of a saint was a crazy murderer. At the same time, the woman said that she was very worried about this and even lived in the temple for the past few days because of her anxiety. But it seemed that according to the king's words, there was no reason for any concern. Dietrich immediately realized that this woman was lying. He saw with his own eyes what her character was like, and for some unknown reason she was now pretending to be a caring and sweet mother. The saint placed her hand on the shoulder of her daughter, who did not seem at all happy about this, and said that Letitia was her favorite daughter, and she simply adored her. The king remembered how in the temple, in order to punish this same girl, the woman turned to the guard and asked him if he had brought a whip. He saw it with his own eyes and realized that this two-faced person was now brazenly lying. There in the temple, Iosephine said that he would make her beg for death. The young man couldn't understand why this scene was playing out before him now. Judging by the saint's look, she didn't love her daughter at all. It was more like she hated her. Dietrich looked at the girl and her treacherous mother and could not understand for what purpose she had conceived this performance now. He was also interested to know why everyone considered this sweet girl a murderer. After some time, the saint said that the tea was ready and suggested that they sit down and discuss everything over a cup of tea. During tea drinking, the king did not take his eyes off the saint and wondered why she hated her own daughter. He was already sure of it. It was no secret to him that the girl was very afraid of this woman, but he still needed to know what was the reason for her hatred. Was it because of Letitia's bad reputation? Dietrich thought that if the rumors were true, then perhaps the girl's mother simply could not come to terms with her antics, but he immediately rejected this thought and thought that it simply could not be true. He did not even want to believe such a thing. It had been 7 long years since his brother had met the little girl who had now grown into a beautiful young woman. That meant she had been bullied until she was 12. Dietrich decided that such a frightened and hunted child could not simply kill people he did not have the courage to do so, and suddenly he stopped thinking that he did not even have any doubts that this girl was that maid. He wondered what would happen if he was wrong, then looked at the saint who was talking sweetly to her daughter and telling her that this was her favorite tea. At this time, thoughts were racing through the king's head. He thought that if all his hypotheses were just guesses without any basis, and if she was the daughter of a saint, then the feelings he had been experiencing for the past 2 days were impossible to understand. He really didn't want to believe that he was wrong about this girl. At the same time, the saint behaved quite casually. She asked her daughter to try the cake as well and added that today there was everything she liked on the table. The young man thought that she looked like a caring mother who was taking care of her daughter. Turning again to her daughter, Josephine noticed that she was already eating very little due to the wedding bustle, and grabbing her hand asked her to try something else. The young man did not notice that during this touch, the saint's sharp nails dug into the skin of the poor girl's hand, as a result of which she immediately agreed with her mother's words. Mila, smiling Josephine, said that it was all because of the commotion that happened due to the girl's fault, and asked her, "Didn't you have enough last time?" Leaning close to the girl's ear, she whispered in her ear whether she wanted to be punished again, and the girl replied that she did not. Then the saint advised her to quickly smile. After whispering to the girl to smile as if she were happy, the woman said loudly that her daughter was simply beautiful and was happy about her upcoming wedding. Letitia turned her head and looked at the young man. It seemed to her that Dietrich had changed. His face and gaze seemed to have changed completely. Since his arrival in the living room, he had had that stern expression on his face, and she was very curious to know what had caused it. The girl remembered that at first, as soon as he entered this room, he behaved completely, normally greeted her with a soft smile, but then suddenly, for some reason, he fell into real shock. She wondered if her mother had done something wrong again. That would explain everything she thought. She hoped that she had the advantage of knowing the future, but what if it started changing and she was powerless? At this point, the king turned to her and distracted her from her thoughts. He said that the saint's behavior showed how much she cared for her own daughter, and now he understood why the wedding had been postponed earlier. Dietrich said that the wedding must have been postponed because the mother and daughter simply did not want to be separated from each other. The younger of his interlocutors said that it was so, and then added that she was very sorry, to which the king replied that nothing terrible had happened, and he understood everything. After this, Dietrich turned to the girl again and said that her childhood must have been wonderful because her mother was so kind. He decided to test the waters and said that he had once been whipped as a child. The girl listened attentively to the words of the young man, who said that he had very strict parents, but it seemed that everything was different here. She answered that it was so, and all thanks to her mother. Dietrich noticed that the saint was very caring and said that he even envied his future wife. At that moment, something seemed to be happening in the saint's head. She seemed to be thinking about something, and finally said that she also wanted to tell something. Josephine smiled and said that looking at the grown-up king, she immediately remembered his older brother Julius. He was also a wonderful young man. Smiling even more broadly, the woman said that it was very bitter to remember all this. Then she added that she was sure his brother would have been a great king if only he had not sinned against the goddess. At that moment, her daughter's face instantly and strangely changed. She seemed to fall into a stupor, remembering the person who had once been truly close to her. Dietrich sitting opposite her and wondered, confused, who her mother was blaming now. Everyone had long known that the execution was unjust, and the young man also wondered how she dared to say such a thing. At this point, Letitia felt angry and wanted to do something, but unfortunately she realized that she could not do anything, and Dietrich was forced to endure these terrible words. She looked again at the young man's face, on which nothing seemed to have changed. Most likely, despite his young age, he had already learned to control his emotions well, and now only passions raged in his soul. After speaking, the holy young man placed his cup of tea on the table and told the woman that she was right, then added that his brother would have been a wonderful king. Josephine waited to see what this young man would say to her next, and the king, as if nothing had happened, confirmed her words, saying that he would have been a truly wonderful king, but he dared to go against the saint. Then Dietrich added that if his brother were alive, he would tell him to his face what he thought about it. By his behavior he had disturbed the saint, and his carelessness had endangered the entire principality. Looking into the face of the woman sitting opposite him, the young man said that he was sorry that he died, but in his opinion it was for the benefit of the principality. Letitia was ready to scream, hearing the nonsense that flew from the lips of the young man. Her face instantly changed, and she wanted to shout in his face, "What the hell are you talking about?" Dietrich at the same time did not take his eyes off the young lady. He watched her and wanted to check what effect his words had on the girl. Looking at how the mood changed and how the girl frowned, he realized that his suspicions were confirmed. It happened just for a short moment. At that moment when he spoke badly about his brother, the emotions betrayed this girl, and he was able to see that her brother was really very dear to her. It was at this moment that the young man understood why everything was happening this way, and why the saint was doing this. He understood why they were not allowed into the city for a long time, and he kept asking why it was taking so long and how long he could wait. When the priests wouldn't let them into town, he wondered what the hell the saint was doing and why she was doing this to a man who was marrying her daughter. He didn't think it would turn out like this. It felt like she was making fun of him. The moment he met the saint's daughter and realized who she was, everything immediately became clear in his head. He realized that this was not so, and the saint was only following some insidious plan of her own. Everything she did showed that she hated her own daughter. She wanted him to hate Letitia too. She wanted her to spend the rest of her life in pain. He also understood what had happened in the central temple. The woman did not want him to see her daughter's face, because then he would have been able to guess everything. Now at the table, when the young man looked at the woman and her daughter, he was once again convinced that this was all a show, and that the fact that she was a beloved daughter was a lie, like all the other rumors about this girl. The king realized that all the saint's actions were aimed at achieving only one goal. She wanted to awaken in him hatred for Letitia. A few minutes later, Josephine said that she thought it was time to finish drinking tea, and then added that they would see each other again in 2 days at the wedding. Letitia was very surprised by the king's words when he said that before leaving, he would like to say goodbye to the young lady, and took her hand. After this, Dietrich kissed the girl's hand and said that he was glad they met, and then said that he was very glad to meet her. The girl's face turned slightly red, and she said, embarrassed, that she was also glad. Dietrich thought about it for some unknown reason, but he suddenly felt the smell of blood at that moment. He could not understand what was its source, but it seemed to be real. As soon as the young man left the room, the saint, clenching her fist until it hurt and piercing her skin with her nail, ordered that a wet towel be brought to her immediately. And while the maid wiped the blood from her palm, the woman thought of only one thing. She did not understand why, no matter what she did, there was no sign of the dragon's presence in this room. Even when the king spoke harshly about the late marriage, this did not happen, and it seemed that everything was not so bad, but something was bothering her. She thought that the king's behavior was very strange. Was he being too polite to this girl? It was all very strange, considering what she had done recently. Josephine thought that perhaps the young man was acting this way because he believed that Letitia was her beloved daughter. Despite his hatred, he was perhaps forced to behave this way. But still, it was not in vain that she watched the young man all evening, and not a single movement of the king escaped her eyes. There was not even a hint of the presence of a dragon. Looking at her palm, the woman thought that she needed to wait a little longer. The curse was still unstable, and after the encounter with the dragon, she could barely feel her hands. Sitting in her chair, the saint thought that the target of the curse was not her at all, and looking at her daughter, she reminded herself that only this scum was to blame for everything. She decided that she couldn't miss this opportunity to punish her again, and she immediately called Noel to her, ordering that she be summoned here immediately. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened, and the summoned wing of the saint entered. The girl bowed low to her mistress and introduced herself as Ninth Wing Noel, adding that she greeted the saint. Josephine loudly shouted the girl's name and told her to get rid of this trash that dared to interfere with her plans. After that, she pointed her finger in the direction of her daughter and said that she needed to be punished as severely as possible. Noel looked at Letitia and thought that there was a connection between the feelings of the saint and the wings. Her pain was their pain. Her happiness was our happiness. She had been told about it many times, but she did not feel it. At that moment, when she looked at the daughter of the saint, she understood what everyone had told her before. If before she thought that it was just fiction since she felt nothing in front of Josefina, now everything seemed to become clear. Noel approached the girl, took her hand, and realized that it was her that she felt. Now it was the girl who was her mistress and was bleeding before her eyes. The girl looked angrily towards the saint, realizing that it was Iosiphon who had wounded her. She thought that now was the moment when she could use her mighty power and kill the saint, getting rid of her forever. The girl decided that no one dares to raise their hand against Letitia. She must serve her and protect her from anyone who would threaten her life and health. Not understanding what was happening, Josephine began to laugh loudly and turning to Noel urged her to do it, not to hold back and to show this girl all her strength. At the same time, Noel thought that this was exactly the moment when she could definitely end everything and wring her neck. She saw the frightened faces of the servants who crouched down, seeing what was happening in the room. Noel thought that she would now finish off this scoundrel and give her head to her mistress. But at that moment, she heard someone behind her quietly call her name and ask her not to do anything. Letitia told her that now was not the time. The girl told her protector that she should be patient and not expose herself to danger for now. Elle wondered if her mistress was asking her to be patient, but she didn't understand why she was doing this because she was injured. She just couldn't stand there and watch it. But then she calmed down, realizing that she couldn't object to her mistress either. It was Letitia's wish and she would have to endure it. Under the influence of the force that was caused by Noel's actions, the tea in the cup still continued to bubble, but gradually the liquid calmed down and acquired its previous appearance. The frightened maid could not believe her eyes. She had never seen anything like this before, and it scared her terribly. Josephine didn't understand what had just happened. She looked at her subordinate with a searching look and then called her to her, wanting to know what had happened. The girl immediately appeared at her call, kissed her mistress on the hand, and told her that as she had ordered, she was ready to turn her daughter's life into a real hell. Josephine muttered something questioningly under her breath and decided to remember this moment. She did not understand what had happened and wanted to know why her order was not immediately carried out. Deciding to calm the saint down, Noel told her that she was unworthy of life, that she had to live, and that she would have to finish off this girl. After this, overcoming her feelings and deceiving the saint, the girl said that the saint's daughter would lose everything she held dear and would suffer until the end of her days. Letitia, who was present in the room, heard the girl tell her mother that she would suffer as much as the saint, and then added that no, the suffering would be 100 times greater. The woman seemed to be completely satisfied with her wing's words. She told Noel that these were simply beautiful words, and she thanked her for it. The girl looked askance at the saint and lied again, telling her that she would do her duty like a mug. Josephine thought that it looked rather strange, but Elle had done this for the first time, and she hadn't even asked her to. She remembered that she had actually wanted to get rid of this girl as well as her daughter. After this, Noel said that she wanted to cut off the girl's hands, and then asked the woman if she would let her do it, and she replied that it would be great, of course, but not yet, because the wedding was coming soon. Letitia heard their conversation perfectly well. Noel said that then perhaps the woman would allow her daughter to be lightly punished now, but not in front of her, since she thought it would be quite a disgusting sight. The saint smiled broadly and said that she agreed with this, but she should not overdo it since the wedding was planned for the day after tomorrow. After Noel agreed with the saint, Letitia accompanied her to her room, where a rather lively conversation took place between them. The girl, as soon as they were alone, asked her mistress to show her her wound and immediately applied healing power to ease her suffering. After this, both girls sat on the edge of the bed, and Noel said that she was very sorry, to which her interlocutor replied that she was not guilty of anything. She could not contain her emotions and, starting to cry loudly, said that she could not protect her, and also said that she was going to kill that woman. Now, Noel understood how strong Wing's devotion was and how valuable the life of the owner of her soul was. It was a wonderful feeling, and now she asked the girl for permission for Aaron to acknowledge her as well. Then she added that she would hate him if he did not. Letitia asked her interlocutor again if she was really ready to tell him everything. She was grateful to Noel, but she thought that if she broke up with the young man, everything could happen again. She told the girl that it was not worth doing it yet, and she would think about it. She suddenly shouted out what he would do in that case and thought that it was just a terrible situation. Letitia advised her not to tell him anything yet, otherwise he might get upset in response, but Noel screamed loudly that she should be offended since he did not see the truth. Letitia just laughed quietly and thought that it all looked quite cute. Noel's next words shocked the girl. She never imagined that she could ask her about this. The girl laid her head on her mistress's lap and asked her if she could go with her to the principality. She wondered if it would be possible to take her with her to the principality, since nothing like this had ever happened to her in the past, and she could not imagine what consequences this could lead to. Noel said that she had no place in the empire. She felt like a complete stranger here and now. This was her only hope, and repeated her request again. Jumping up from her seat, the girl shouted that she could not live without her, and then added that her mistress could suffer again. It was obvious from the poor girl's face that she was suffering greatly. She did not know what to do, and the only person close to her was the lady who was now sitting next to her. Letitia thought it was impossible. She wanted her and Aaron to have a happy life. She didn't want it to happen again. So she told the girl that she was helping her a lot, but she needed to think about this wish some more. Then she asked the girl not to forget about the young man and not to give up her future for her sake. Letitia thought that the girl would be able to achieve everything that seemed impossible to her. Being with her beloved seemed impossible to her. So she asked the girl to live a happy life. Afterwards, she told her interlocutor that while there was still time, it was worth thinking about her departure. And it would be nice if Aaron also accepted her in any case, and she added that she would try to make sure that they were always together. Noel answered her mistress's words affirmatively. She hoped that Letitia would also find true love and be happy someday. The girl was sure that in the current circumstances this would not happen. She was supposed to become the wife of King Dietrich, and in her opinion, the girl did not want this marriage at all. She thought that the saint's daughter was simply forced to marry this man, and this was against her own wishes. That's why she approached her mistress and asked if she needed help with a divorce. She wanted her to be happy, and she thought she would never achieve that in this marriage. In response to her words, the girl raised her head in bewilderment and looked at Noel and then asked her why they needed to get divorced. The girl, convinced that this was just a marriage of convenience and coercion, said that she was being forced to marry the king by force, and it was time to put an end to this unwanted marriage, and asked if she thought the same. Letitia couldn't understand what was going on. She didn't even think that this marriage was unwanted. She seemed to be stuck in her own experiences and couldn't even think about the fact that Dietrich didn't need this marriage at all. She was forced to agree with the girl's opinion, with the only difference being that it was a forced marriage for her potential husband. She said that was exactly it. After this, the girl turned to her assistant, saying that she had a small favor to ask of her and said that she wanted to see him today. She just had to convey this to His Majesty. She handed the girl a small note and told her that this absolutely had to be done before the wedding. Letitia thought for a long time about the fact that she was not going to keep him, but apparently he will have to put up with her for these 6 months. While the girl was thinking about how she could best prepare for her departure, her mother was enjoying the treatments. A masseuse had come to her and was now massaging her body. The door to her room opened, and the man who entered said that he greeted the saint. In response to his words, she addressed him by name and asked Aaron if he had come. The young man knelt down next to his mistress and said that he was ready to fulfill her every wish, and then added that it seemed that she was already feeling better. Josephine thought about it and said that she really felt a little better, but she was surprised by something the young man asked. In response, what exactly? The lady's words surprised the young man very much. She told him that Noel, during their last meeting, called her the mistress of her soul, and this was very unusual. The girl herself knelt down in front of her, even though she didn't ask, and said simply, "lovely things." Arin bowed before his mistress and said that finally all the wings recognized her and congratulated the woman on this event. Iosiphan, who did not even suspect the feelings that connected the young man with this young girl, said that Noel was very lucky. If this had not happened, she would have definitely gotten rid of her. Aaron was shocked by his mistress's words that if he noticed anything strange about this girl, he should let her know and kill her immediately. At the same time, the young man was wondering if his beloved had really stood in the saint's direction, and not understanding, he was wondering what the hell was going on. He found it very hard to believe that Noel could say something like that. She told him about her feelings for the saint during their meeting, and she also asked him once if he thought there could be several saints. During their heart-to-heart talk, she opened up and told her friend that she felt nothing when looking at Josefina and that she thought there might be someone else. In response, the young man said that it sounded simply ridiculous. Arin explained to his interlocutor that everyone knows that the goddess chose only one person, and that is Iosiphan A. There have been people since ancient times who called themselves the second saint. They were imposters. They wanted to take advantage of their position to use it for their own purposes. But all these people ended up the same way. The guillotine awaited them, and as a result, none of them remained alive. Noel seemed to be very scared when he told her about this, and she asked the young man in surprise if all these people had really been executed. She began to loudly complain and asked if it was really possible to simply execute ordinary people, even the second or third, and what difference did it make? Then she asked why he couldn't get it. The guy didn't understand what was going on and asked the girl what had happened to her. He couldn't understand the motives for which she suddenly decided to take an interest in this. The girl answered him that this was already going beyond all bounds, and what could happen if those saints were also real? And she shouted at the young man that he could not think with his own head. After that, she turned around and rushed away to say goodbye, telling him that she hated him. The young man began to think about what was happening to his friend. She certainly could not side with the saint. After all, not long ago, she herself had told him that she hated her and was unable to serve her. And while the young man was pondering why such dramatic changes had occurred in his beloved the saint, asked if he would like to accompany the delegation to the principality. And Rin, without thinking twice, answered her question affirmatively. Besides, he didn't have much of a choice. If the saint asked, it only meant that she wanted to hear the word yes. She explained to her subordinate that she was sending him along with the delegation for a reason. When they headed to the principality, there would be some things to do. The woman handed him a box with dubious contents. When the young man took the contents of the box into his hands, he asked the saint if it was the same monster. She replied that it was indeed true, it was the one he had sealed. It was a Velenos, a dangerous monster that lives in the desert. It had really huge claws. It usually doesn't attack people except in the heat. But a few years ago, something strange happened. This monster started attacking people and eating them. The young man tried to figure it out, but it was too late, and he had already caused trouble. It's a miracle that the young man managed to seal this monster. It managed to attack several settlements and kill many people. The Velenos shell is so strong that it cannot be pierced by a blade. An ordinary person simply cannot cope with it. Arin thought that this was all for a reason. This monster was only sealed after it destroyed several villages, and now he was confused about why he had to do this. Josefin explained to him that as soon as the delegation found itself in the desert, he would have to release the monster, and that meant that it could immediately attack these people. The woman explained to him that while the monster was eating everyone around him, he would have to escape with her daughter. That was all that was required of him. Arin was completely perplexed. He could not understand why this was necessary and reminded his mistress that all these people would die. But the saint replied that there was no need to worry about this. She stretched her hand towards the young man and said that he was her wing and had to fulfill all her wishes. At that moment, Arin thought that it was beyond his powers and he would not be able to do it. He vividly imagined what would happen if he released the monster. The delegation would not be able to resist it. Obviously, these innocent people would be killed by it. The young man clutched the stone with the monster imprisoned in it in his hand and thought that no matter what Josefin ordered, it would be difficult for him to carry out something like that. He could not allow innocent people to die. As if reading his thoughts, the saint looked closely at his face and, calling him by name, asked the young man if he obeyed her, and then added that it would be very sad to lose such an obedient wing. The young man promised the saint that he would fulfill her request. After this, the woman turned her back on him and declared that her beloved wing still radiated weakness, and when the young man asked her forgiveness for this, she replied that it was nothing to worry about, and she was confident in his complete devotion. After that, she turned her head towards Aaron again and asked how it was with Noel, adding that he could take her with him to accompany the delegation. The young man was struck by the lady's words that it would be necessary to check this girl. Suddenly, she was simply afraid of death. The saint thought for a moment and said that if this was so and the girl had really decided to confess to her under threat of death, something would have to be done. Even after the young man left the saint's chambers, he was haunted by the saint's order regarding his beloved. She said that if he noticed anything strange about Noel, he should kill her. Aaron thought about how difficult it would be for him to do this. As soon as he left the saint, he immediately felt pain in his chest. He knew that he would never kill this girl. He also wondered if she would agree to what the saint had ordered him to do. He was sure that she would categorically refuse and would try to dissuade him. He was absolutely sure that she would say that innocent people should not suffer, but he understood that he had no other way. This time it would be very difficult for him and he would not be able to deceive the saint. Aaron did not understand what to do. The young man stopped and began to think. He knew that sooner or later something like this would happen, and now he faced a difficult choice. He had to choose one of two things. It was not a difficult choice for him. Of course, he chose what had become the meaning of his life lately. He was not able to harm Noel, but this day had come sooner than he thought. Aaron set out again, thinking about how soon it had all ended. He wanted the good old days to last as long as possible. After this, the young man decided to consult with the goddess. He approached her statue and began to gaze intently at the face of the holy goddess. Addressing the speechless sculpture, the young man said that everything he does is according to its will, and he intends to continue doing so. Noel fulfilled her mistress's wish and gave the king her message. In that note, he read that the girl needed to meet him. It said that Letitia had something to tell him before the wedding. She wanted to see him that evening and promised to wait for the young man in the garden behind the sanctuary. Dietrich was at first very surprised, then delighted at another opportunity to see this mysterious young lady. As soon as the appointed time arrived, he went to the place she had indicated in her letter. It was a quiet night. The green grass swayed slightly in the breeze. When he approached the place of their meeting, he stopped nearby and began to enjoy the image of a sweet lady who stood in the middle of the garden and waited for his appearance. When Letitia noticed that the king had already arrived, she turned her head towards him and said that they had met again and called him Your Majesty. She looked like a beautiful painting by one of the greatest artists. Letitia said that she had something she must tell him and added that it was for this very reason that she had called the king to this place. Her request seemed very strange to the young man, since his interlocutor said that she wanted him to promise her something before marriage. Dietrich found it difficult to understand what this girl could possibly want. He decided that perhaps she had some warnings, so he asked her to tell him everything. In response to this, Letitia looked intently into the young man's eyes and said that exactly 6 months after her and his wedding, they would have to get divorced. At first, Dietrich did not believe what he heard. He could not understand what it meant, and so he asked the girl in surprise what she answered, that since this was a forced marriage, she thought it was not worth leaving everything like that. Dietrich was struck by her words that all this was under duress, and he asked the girl if her words meant that she wanted them to get divorced. Looking at this girl's face, he couldn't understand what the hell was going on and why she didn't want to marry him, and if she did, she would divorce him. The young man, having received the letter, began to imagine many conversations with this girl where she laughed and was embarrassed, but he did not expect anything like this. He certainly didn't expect her to tell him about her intention to divorce, and now the girl told the king that she knew how much he didn't want to break their marriage vows. Dietrich was simply amazed by her words. He wondered if that was all. After all, it was true before, but now everything is different. He would really like to tell his interlocutor how important she is to him. He would tell her that he wants to be with her and he hopes that she thinks the same way. He would really like her to know that. Without taking his eyes off his sweet interlocutor, the king wanted to say all this out loud but did not dare, and the girl suggested that he think about this proposal because in the end, feelings are more important than any oath. Deitrian listened silently to her suggestion to not delay the divorce, otherwise they would both be unhappy. He noticed that the girl's voice was filled with despair. She offered him a divorce. It felt like a crack had appeared in her heart. After the girl repeated once again that they would both be unhappy, the king was forced to tell her that he understood what she was talking about. The girl's words about how he would be unhappy with her were ringing in his head, and in the end he was forced to tell her that if this is what she wanted, then so be it. And then he asked if this was all she wanted to tell him. Letitia thought for a moment and then said that perhaps there was something else. She reminded the king standing before her that, as he knew after the wedding, there would be a wedding night, and her mother would definitely send someone. Deitrian thought that because the girl doesn't want to do this with someone she doesn't like, she is now asking him to pretend that they spent the night together. He thought that this was a fairly natural desire if she didn't like him, and most likely, that was why she decided to ask him for a divorce. Letitia told the young man that they absolutely had to prepare for the upcoming wedding night. She was very surprised by the young man's answer when he said that there was no need to worry about it and promised that he would not force her to do something she did not want, and then added that they could prepare for it separately. The girl lowered her gaze and told the king that he must, then they would be able to live through that day in peace. She really wanted to tell the young man about it, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She looked at the king and thought that this made her even more nervous than the divorce situation. She had prepared for these words for a long time and then told him that if they rehearsed beforehand, it would be easier for him on the day the young king asked what rehearsed meant. Letitia blushed deeply again and said that perhaps they should prepare as best they could for the upcoming events and try to become a little closer. A moment later, she turned to Deitrian and asked him to touch her. At that moment, she felt the greatest shame. She thought that she should not have spoken to the young man like that. But it was too late, and the words flew out of her mouth. She just wanted to be closer to the young king. They finally met, but unfortunately the words she said about divorce spoiled everything, and if they parted without changing anything, the girl thought she would regret it for the rest of her life. She was in complete despair. She wanted to leave at least one good memory. Therefore, Letitia asked the king for forgiveness and to forget about her request if he did not want it. She was surprised by the king's words that this was not so, and he was ready to do what she asked him to do. Letitia could not believe that he was really ready to fulfill such a stupid request and looked at her interlocutor in amazement. She took hold of her palm with her other hand to hide her excitement and asked Deitrian again if he really didn't mind. The young man moved a little closer to her and asked the girl if she really wanted this. Letitia told him that of course she did, and that she wouldn't have asked him otherwise, and then added that everything was fine. The young king said that everything was fine, moved closer to the girl, and then took her hand in his, and then asked the girl what they should do after they took each other's hands. Letitia didn't know what to answer him. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks, and she thought that all this was very exciting. Without letting go of the girl's hand, the young man asked her if he could do what he wanted now. The girl looked into his eyes, and he reminded her that she said they needed practice, and now he was wondering how far he could go. After these words, the prince said that with her permission, he would do one more thing and touched the girl's cheek with his lips. Letitia immediately froze in surprise. It was very unpredictable and sweet. It seemed to her that the king would never dare to kiss her. The young man was also very pleased to do this, but the girl's words about divorce were stuck in his head, and these words simply broke his heart. Deitrian looked at the girl standing next to him and thought that it was simply unbearable. She was so beautiful that at that moment he decided that he would never agree to her request. He thought that he shouldn't give up and promised himself to keep the girl he loved, although in his opinion it was not mutual. I will remember again what she told him at the beginning of the meeting. The words that they would get divorced in 6 months sounded like an alarm in his head. It never occurred to the young man why the hated divorce had to take place in exactly 6 months. However, for some reason she was preparing for separation. Deitrian decided that if he told the girl now that he wouldn't let her go, she would definitely get angry. The young man decided to avoid all this and not talk about his plans. He had to do everything to win this beautiful girl. The next moment, the young man whispered the name of the person standing next to him and touched her lips after asking her to close her eyes. Having kissed the girl on the lips, he thought only about the fact that he had to hold her and mentally asked her not to leave and not to leave him alone. That night the Zenus capital was noisy. Everyone was looking for the missing Lady Manu and shouting in vain about where she had gone. The woman left her bedroom and wandered around the estate addressing her child. She said that she would go to the garden and give him flowers. The young man and woman who were searching for this woman finally found her, and turning to her said that it was night and cold outside. In response, she only asked if they were sure about this. The wise and charming Queen Manu, who was the mother of Dietrich, lost her husband and son 7 years ago. Since then, her mind could be compared to that of a child. The boy and girl stopped and watched the woman pick a flower and say that her son would like it. Her body was weak and everyone was worried about her health. When the young man asked his companion what kind of child it was, she replied that she thought it was about His Majesty and thought that he would return soon. And when the young man said that she had been sleeping a lot lately and that everything was fine with her, the young man replied that the doctor had said that everything was fine. After this, the young man asked her if she had forgotten that she was a Gilliard, and then added that this was probably why she tended to sleep for a long time. The word Gilliard means fortune teller. The empire has 9 wings. The Principality of Victims has 12 guardians who carry the howl of the dragon. One of these guardians was Gilliard. This man is able to see the future in dreams and can get to the bottom of things. It was Gilliard who was the king's mother. When Gilliard was active, even the empire did not dare to stand in the way of the principality. No one wanted to deal with such a power. But unfortunately, this was the case for the principality before only the name remained from Gilliard, and now after the death of the eldest son, there are no more predictions. The young man who was watching the poor sick woman said that it would be great if Gilliard could predict, to which his companion replied that in that case His Majesty would not have to marry now. After this, the young man asked if the rumors about the crazy woman were true and added that maybe she was a good person. The girl replied that it would be great and she really hoped so. As if realizing that they were talking about her, the Dowager Queen turned her head back and asked, addressing her attendants, "Child, are you here already?" After these words, the young man and the girl looked at each other in bewilderment, and the girl immediately suggested that her companion take action. The young man approached the woman and said that it was him, and that he had just returned, to which she replied that it must have been difficult to get here, and stroked his cheek, adding that he was so tall. Lady Manu laughed loudly and told the boy that he seemed to be eating well, since to be healthy one should not skip any meal. The boy promised that no matter what happened, he would always eat well. Since the young man called her Your Majesty, the woman immediately became a little upset and told him that she did not like it when he called her that and ordered him to call her mother. Since the young man mumbled something unintelligible in response, she immediately demanded that he try. The young man was forced to do this, seeing the silent order in the eyes of his companion. And the queen at this time asked him if she didn't look like his mother and added that perhaps they might even consider it funny. After this, the woman laughed loudly and said that despite the opinion of everyone around her, she always wanted to be his mother. For a moment, a defenseless girl suddenly appeared before the woman's eyes. She looked simply beautiful. Her face was only slightly visible, but the queen felt that this was a very good person. The boy and girl managed to persuade the woman to go inside the house with them, and already under the dark sky decorated with the first stars, she asked the young man if he was lonely. The woman handed him the flower and said that everything was fine now and that he loved it very much. He just couldn't find the right words because it was his father's thing. The young man wondered who this woman was talking about, and the girl turned to Lady Manu and said that her child was very tired from the long journey and needed to rest. After this, the young man picked up the woman in his arms and carried her. His mother turned to her and asked if they should return to the room where he would read her a fairy tale. The woman noticed that he was very strong. After this, in the queen's bedroom, the young man took the book in his hands and began to read. 1 day, 2, 3, the woman's crying continued. The young man read this book and thought about what was written in it. There were descriptions of a dragon who really wanted to stop a woman from crying. He realized that this was Lady Manu's favorite story about the creation of the principality, the state she ruled with her husband. The woman listened attentively. At one point, he began to read a little more quietly because he noticed that his listener had yawned deeply. He thought that he could stop reading because she was falling asleep. The woman lay motionless with her eyes open. Noticing this, the guy wished her good night and said he would sing her a lullaby. He began to sing a song, and the woman listened to her words. The lullaby sounded like this: "We have met so much I do not want to part with the child," but her eyes were already closing. Lady Manu saw again this girl who had recently begun to appear frequently in her dreams. The voice of this young lady in her dreams was especially charming, and it would be great if this girl could be brought together with her son. She has simply incredible beauty, long light hair, green eyes, red lips. Apparently, it seemed that everything about her was perfect, and she continued to wait for her. Also, sometimes in these dreams, the woman saw herself meeting this girl and embracing her tightly, calling her child and her charming Letitia. At the same time, the poor girl whom her future mother-in-law had seen in her dreams buried her nose in the pillow and began to cry. Petition remembered the events of this evening and became nervous again, just like when she met the king in the garden, but still she felt incredibly happy. She remembered that she and the king had been together for a long time, and it seemed like a real dream. At parting, Dietrich asked her to be careful, and she thanked him in return. She thought the young man was very kind to her. At the moment of the kiss, butterflies fluttered in her stomach. It was an incomparable feeling. When they were kissing, not for the first time, the king addressed her by name and asked her to look at him. She had not forgotten the tenderness of the lips touching her again and again. It was very pleasant, and now she seemed to have returned to the garden and kissed the sweet young man. But she also did not forget that soon after this, she suddenly felt a strange heaviness in her legs and groaned heavily. The young man noticed that something was wrong with her, and grabbing the girl with his strong hand, asked if she was feeling unwell. She was terribly scared but decided not to show it and replied that everything was fine and asked Dietrich to just relax. After that, she smiled widely at him and said that she really liked it, and she was incredibly happy. Dietrich couldn't understand what was going on. At the beginning of their conversation, the girl was talking about wanting to divorce him, and now, for some reason, she was talking about how she liked it and was happy. He even laughed hysterically and said that he understood everything. The girl looked at him and decided that even his laughter was very beautiful. Now, lying in her bed, she thought that even his laughter seemed intoxicating. She felt awkward about this encounter and thought that the man had been so nice to her. Covering her head with a pillow, Letitia thought that this was her first kiss in her life. She could not even dream of such a thing. She hoped that she would always be happy remembering today for the next 6 months. She remembered her relationship with the king in her previous life. Before returning to the past, getting close to him was not easy at all. It was as if he avoided meeting her and looked for any excuse to be as far away from her as possible. Letitia remembered that before in that life, despite the marriage, they were not a real couple, and the first night with Dietrich was terrible, but it was not at all because of the king, but because of her. That night, the young man told her that he would not touch her without permission. He asked her not to be afraid, as he promised not to do anything she did not want. She remembered her thoughts at that moment when she decided that all his words were just a brazen night a lie, and if she relaxed even a little, the man would hurt her. She was terribly frightened by what lay ahead of her, and despite her requests to calm down, she could not do so. At the moment when the young man tried to move closer to her, a loud, girlish scream and demands not to come closer were heard from behind the doors of their bedroom. After this, the priests sent to accompany her mother burst into the bedroom and attacked the king with questions asking what he had done with Letitia and promising that he would not get away with it. The priest standing at the door shouted that the descendants of the dragon were truly disgusting. It seemed that they had forgotten who was the reason the principality was still intact. The young king and his wife sat on their marriage bed, and the priest said that everyone in the principality should be grateful to the saint for her mercy. And then the young man was asked how he dared to harm the daughter of their ruler. Letitia understood that none of these people really cared about her. They were only acting on the instructions of her treacherous mother. She looked with pity at the young man who had done nothing wrong. He simply bowed his head and remained silent, not thinking for a second about making excuses. Everything that happened that night affected their future relationship. Because of this, the king never touched his wife again. They slept together, but he always kept his distance. Letitia thought that she had no need to be afraid. He would never do anything bad. But be that as it may, he still hated her. She remembered something that had happened just once. She had suddenly wanted to kiss him very much, and she had done it when he was sleeping, although it was not really a kiss. Since one of the kissers did not even know about it, it could not be called a real kiss since it was not mutual. Letitia sat up in her bed and thought about how she could have ever done something like this. It was all so confusing and complicated, and now Dietrich probably hated her. She remembered how the young man had behaved towards her during their first meeting at the palace, and decided that he was being kind to her only out of politeness. They had never been close, and what had happened had completely confused her. After that, she remembered the events of that night. Unlike the tea party, everything was wonderful, even too sweet to be true. Then she even thought that Dietrich loved her. Nervously squeezing the edge of the blanket with her hands, the girl thought that despite all her impressions from this meeting, it was all untrue. Looking out the window at the night sky, Letitia thought that even so she felt happy, and hoped that these moments would remain in her memory forever. She wanted the next 6 months to be the same. The girl began to reproach herself for these thoughts. She thought that she shouldn't be so selfish, although she really wanted to be, and besides, 6 months is not that much. In the end, she decided that she would have to enjoy her happiness. Dietrich would endure it, and she would be the best wife for him. After that, she decided that 6 months was not such a long time for happiness, and the first tears appeared in her eyes. Letitia immediately began to scold herself for this feeling and asked herself why she decided to cry, and mentally ordered herself not to cry. Without taking her eyes off the sky, strewn with bright stars, the girl thought that now she was absolutely happy, because she would spend the rest of her life with her loved one. The next day, in one of the houses of the capital of the empire, a loud, questioning cry was heard. What? It was a young girl screaming, asking her lover if she had really been chosen to accompany the principality's delegation. She could believe that it had really happened. The man who came to her, who was accompanied by a young man, said that yes, all this is true, and this is a holy assignment. The girl turned away so that the emotions and joy on her face would not be visible, and thought that the day when she is satisfied with the actions of the saint has not come yet. Noel decided that she had to tell her mistress about this, and ran as fast as she could to tell her the news. She was sure that she would be happy to hear it. She ran into one of the rooms of the palace, sat down on the sofa, and began to think about how her mistress's departure was getting closer and closer with each passing day. Her soul became sad, and she felt like a puppy abandoned by its owner. She remembered the day she talked to her lover. Her feelings were in complete disarray when she talked to him about whether there could be several saints. After that unfortunate conversation, she and Aaron began a cold war, although it was one-sided. The girl could not understand why the young man could not do what had happened to her the first time. She wondered why he could not recognize Letitia as a saint. Lying down on her bed, she thought that all this was rather unfair, but on the other hand, she was glad that it was her young friend who would accompany the lady, and even if she remained in the empire, Aaron would be with Letitia. The girl never abandoned the hope that if the young man spent more time with her than he did now, he would definitely understand everything she told him. The girl ran, and was glad that she would now be able to see her mistress off. She had thought so before, but now they could go to the principality together. She was glad that she would be next to the two people closest to her. She thought that she would need to find out what the ladies' plans were today. Tomorrow was the wedding, and they had a lot of work ahead of them, and this morning she had trained. In the next few moments, she suddenly stopped, abruptly remembering that she still needed a wedding dress, but she seemed to have completely forgotten about it. The girl stopped in front of the door and began to dance and sing along. She was already imagining what kind of dress would suit her sweet mistress, and then decided that it was time to enter the door. When she opened the door slightly, she was literally dumbfounded to see that someone had started to mock and abuse her poor mistress again. It looked inappropriate, and she immediately decided to punish the culprits. "Over, Letitia!" And one of them shouted loudly that it was just a pretense. Another said that they had enough work without this girl. Noel stood at the door, not understanding what was happening. She felt like she was ready to kill these women. And while she was thinking about what to do with them, one of them leaned low over the girl and loudly asked her if she couldn't get up. After that, she shouted in Letitia's face that she was pretending and that she should get up quickly, but Ella couldn't believe that she was seeing all this with her own eyes. She saw right before her eyes a poor girl on the floor who was trying to get up, but unfortunately she couldn't do it. She didn't understand why she suddenly lost her strength. Seeing the saint's wing arrive, one of the maids turned her head towards her and said, smiling, "What a delight this is." A moment later, exactly the pleasure happened. Noel, without warning anyone, suddenly used the power granted to her by the goddess and applied it to the evil woman, after which she soared up to the ceiling of the room in a water fountain to be continued. The frightened maids watched as the evil whirlwinds created by the girl from the water flew all over the room, and she turned to them with a question about what they were doing. In response, one of the maids said that they had decided to take up the education of the saint's daughter. She explained to a bewildered Noel that they thought the girl was busy, so they decided to teach her some manners. When Noel asked what she thought manners meant, she replied that she had heard that she was responsible for the girl, and they decided she didn't have time to finish, because the next moment all the maids who were in the room at that moment were lifted up by a powerful force that began to torment their bodies, as a result of which they only groaned loudly. One of the maids hastened to turn to Miss Noel and asked her if she would not have done the same to this girl. The saint's wing asked the maid if she still didn't understand, and explained that taking care of her mistress was a task that the saint had entrusted to her, and then asked if she really thought that she couldn't handle it herself. The frightened maid could not utter a single word in response. The girl asked her how she dared to interfere, and she hoped that all this would soon end, and that it was all just a bad dream. The maid thought that she had met many wings over the years while living in the temple. She had only seen the first wing, and his identity was shrouded in mystery. But the more she heard about him, the less she wanted to cross paths with him. The second wing is known as the Cruel Personality. His cruelty was legendary. The third wing is not like that, but it looks like it won't bleed even if it's injured. It not only has superhuman strength, but also an unnatural character. Over many years of service in this house, the maid had become accustomed to the fact that everyone obeyed the wings unconditionally, since everyone was afraid of them and was ready to immediately disappear from their sight at the first appearance. But Noel was completely different from the other wings. She was different. She was always friendly, smiling at the servants in the palace when she met them. The maids were always happy when they met this sweet girl. She never boasted of her power and was very nice to them. But now everything seemed to have changed. The girl hadn't thought that something like this could happen. She told the maids that if anything happened again, they would never know what it was like to breathe. The frightened maids immediately began to bow to her and said that they understood everything. Hearing their words, Noel nodded her head at them and told them to get out of here as quickly as possible. After the maids cleared out of the room, the girl rushed to her mistress and asked her if she was okay. Letitia replied that she was fine. Looking at her mistress, Noel thought that she was in great pain at that moment. Then looking closer, she realized that the girl was almost not hurt, but still she continued to endure all the bullying. After this, the girl looked at Letitia's hand, and noticing the wounds there, asked her where they came from. She replied that she must have accidentally pricked herself when trying on her dress, and explained that she needed to adjust it to size. Noel thought that it looked too suspicious and whether there were too many of these random wounds, and also wondered what it was all about and if the dress was custom-made. After that, she noticed that there were a lot of small, sharp pins lying around near the hem of the girl's dress, and thought, remembering the maids, how dare they do this? She told her mistress to wait for her here in the room and said that she would go now and sort everything out. Letitia started loudly telling her not to do it after Noel said she would kill them all right now. She asked her not to do anything like that. Letitia grabbed the girl's clothes and begged her not to do anything. She said that the usual punishment would be enough, but Noel replied that it was too little and none of them deserved to live. She didn't even want to listen to her mistress, who begged her not to kill these evil maids. Noel then stopped and asked Letitia if she wanted to let these women's actions go unpunished, adding that they had hurt her a lot. The young lady burst into tears and told her mistress that she was in great pain because they had hurt her and she could not leave it that way. Then she asked her why she felt that way about the injuries. Letitia just remained silent in response. Over the years, she had gotten used to the fact that someone was constantly mocking and bullying her, and now she could not answer the question of why she tolerated their antics. After much thought, Letitia rushed forward, hugged the astonished girl, and said that these were her mother's favorite maids, and by attacking them, the girl was putting herself in danger. Noel explained to her that it wasn't dangerous at all. If she told everyone that the maids had disturbed the wings, no one would judge her or touch her, everyone would only support her. Letitia decided to explain everything to her again and said that she shouldn't do it because she didn't want to become like her mother. Her mother kills other people very easily. The saint does not allow anyone to get in her way. Of course, the woman does nothing with her own hands. She is helped by her wings with which she commits murders. The most famous incident involving this wicked and evil woman was the release of the sealed beast Valentos. It all happened after the visit of guests from the principality, whose arrival she was not at all happy about. In the past, she had a conflict with the delegation. She was simply embittered by these people, and on the day the delegation was returning home to the principality, she ordered the wing accompanying them to release the bloodthirsty monster. As a result of this woman's revenge, dozens of people died, and the survivors were seriously injured. Even the wing that released the terrible monster suffered. Holding the little girl to her chest, Letitia thought that she had no idea whether she was truly chosen by the gods. She did not know why Noel was helping her. She looked at the bracelet with the stone in her reserve and decided that even if she was much stronger at the moment, she was not going to use this power under any circumstances. After that, she decided to discuss everything with the girl. Taking her hands, she asked to forgive her for her stubbornness and added that she was really fine. Seeing that her persuasion had no effect and the girl was still sullen, she said that more precisely, she was terribly angry and in great pain. Smiling, Letitia told her interlocutor that nevertheless the punishment should be proportionate, and in her opinion what she had done to those nasty women was already enough. Seeing that she still couldn't adequately perceive her words, Letitia added that she thought the maids understood everything, and then asked if that wasn't enough. Noel immediately looked like an enraged beast, and taking a warlike stance said that of course all this was not enough. Petition took her hand again and asked her to calm down. She didn't want any conflict, especially when the time of the planned wedding was approaching. The girl smiled and thought that she was becoming very difficult. She laughed when she heard Noel say that she would tear off one of the maid's limbs. Finally, the hard day was over, and Letitia flopped down on her bed exhausted, thinking what a crazy day she had had today. Snuggling into her soft pillow, she thought about how with this wedding there was absolutely no time to rest. However, something still bothered her. She again remembered the smiling face of the sweet girl at the moment when she announced that she would also accompany the delegation. At first she thought it would be great if the girl came with them as she didn't want to leave her alone, but she was worried when the girl said that before they left, she wanted to introduce Letitia to Irene. Letitia decided that although she had agreed to the offer, she would probably have to find some excuse to refuse it. The girl remembered that her mother treasured this wing Irene served her with pleasure and always tried to support her mother. She didn't understand what might happen if she met this man. Would he serve anyone else besides the saint? She somehow didn't believe it. Letitia was still very happy. She didn't care whether the young man would recognize her or not. The main thing was that Noel and Aaron would be together. Letitia was slowly falling into a deep sleep. Because she was thinking about them, she had a particularly strange dream that night. It all looked very suspicious and seemed somehow incomprehensible. In her dream, the girl saw the maids whispering to each other, one of whom said, "I wonder why Aaron betrayed the saint."